What is this? Okay, good. It looks like I just milked nothing. I should probably not do that in town. Just like jack off in the town square. Hey, how's it going? Whoa, whoa! What the fuck is this? Got him! I've just been drifting around, being led by circumstances. No, that's not right. In Ave, you helped Bart when he needed it. I can't keep a fucking straight face, this awful writing. Drifting, kind of like me. Holy shit. Oh no! Oh, we're not quite dead yet. Don't worry though, I have a telescope equipped. The sprite tells me it's a lady, but the face tells me it's a man. Do that Dr. Girlfriend voice. Yesterday my stove caught on fire. I thought the whole house was gonna burn down. You there, ugly kid. Every kid is ugly.
What? These aren't special in any way. There goes the potion! Oh!
It's a perfect fit. Oh! Ooh! Well, that's gonna be a problem. 24 people have died. We might not finish the campaign now. Oops. I never equipped the chainsaw. I never equipped the chainsaw! Oh my god. I didn't stab that man with a chainsaw. I just made chainsaw noises as I hit him with an axe. Holy fuck, I'm an idiot. Oh, he'll have the key for sure. Police! Nobody move! Like I kicked his knee bone or something.
Are you blind? What in God's... I mean, better luck next time.
Armor broken, what the fuck? Just kicked that boar and my clothes exploded. Arcanum.
Damn it. Stop. You totally fucked it up.
Well, you fucked me, dog. We're not getting in now. You blew it, old man. Holy shit, you blew it. Wow, it's just his face. Oh. No. I can't take you seriously when your planet's called Choco. Welcome to Choco, keep your nose clean. Is your planet named after candy?
Spell shit in hindsight. That went pretty good. The hell is this? It says the sacrifice of fire is the gate to ruin. Place torch if you crave the void. Okay.
Terrors may indeed stalk these shadows, but yonder, a glint of gold.
I fucked that up. A whole bunch.
Hi there. Or holy shit. Turning down the volume is the first thing we're fucking doing.
Even that, wowie. On the upside, we can just turn it up later if it's too quiet, right? Hang on. Maybe that's loud enough for you, the viewer. I'll turn it down on my headphones. I don't like super loud music. That still seems... we'll turn it down a little bit more. Let's go like 20. Because obviously, we can crank it back up if we need to. Just some nice ambiance, right? Where was I? Hi there, we're playing a game called Starsector by Fractal Softworks, I think is the name of the company. I played this game about a year ago. I enjoyed it. I didn't get super sucked into it, but I enjoyed it. I was like, maybe I should stream this. And then here we are a year later. We're doing it. It's very lightly modded. There's a lot to do in the base game, but the base game felt a little stagnant to me. Of course, someone... Fucking Dan. I play this game too. There's always somebody. Somebody somehow plays every game I've streamed. Yeah, I played the base game like a year ago. I didn't hate it, but it got a little boring. Mostly because I was bad at fighting. So we have a few mods. What do we have? I have, what has Nexarellen made? Great question, Justin. It's just a mod that makes it more of a 4X game. Right now it's more of like a top-down, like space sandbox. You build a fleet and you fly around, but Nexarellen adds some 4X elements, so like the civilizations will go to war with each other and colonize new planets and stuff, which they didn't do in the base game. I haven't checked this mod short of making sure the game didn't crash, so hopefully it should work. So we have Nexarellen, which is like the main mod, and then I also have a mod that speeds the game up with a hotkey, because the game can get a little slow sometimes, like when we're traveling over vast distances of space. I have Too Much Information, which should display extra details about ships. I have a little target leading pip, which can be toggled, and that should be fun in the combat. And I think that's it. It's mostly Nexarellen. You can get all sorts of wacky mods. We can like add ships. You can add like anime girl portraits for some reason if you wanted to, which we didn't. But I'm not very good at the base combat, so I didn't get too wacky with modding the game. Just some quality of life stuff in the next... There goes a ship right now, look at that! Let's get started. So what we're going to do is because I haven't played this game for a year, is we're going to start the game and play through a story tutorial, which will introduce us to a bunch of mechanics. Both you, the viewer, and me, local forgetful idiot. Then we'll restart, and we'll choose a different start that isn't the tutorial, because Nexarellen lets us choose some different fleet starts. But we're going to start off with a tutorial, which is a little long, but I don't think it'll take the whole stream. So we'll at least be able to get underway on a brand new campaign save video. I did a top-down space game way back. That was... Oh, damn, what was that game called? Heat Signature. Heat Signature. I think I just was sick and I couldn't use my microphone that day, so I just played a game for fun that I was playing at the time. That was a long time ago. This is more at the fleet level. So we'll be flying one ship, but then there'll also be like other ships and we'll be fighting enemy fleets, and there's a lot of stuff going on in this game. Let's get started. We have to choose our character. Sector Age, we're just doing the tutorial, but of course, as always, in post-apocalyptic games, we're always an Auge. In this case, we're Bellamy Auge, or BO for short. Let's begin. Greetings, Starfare. Welcome to the Nexarellen mod for Starsector. Nexarellen is essentially a 4X extension to the game. Factions within the sector will wage war, create alliances, and compete to control a greater share of the sector. Nexarellen is compatible with a large number of community-made faction mods, which you can add for a more varied gameplay experience. We're just doing Nexarellen. Maybe if this playthrough gets out of hand, we can try to inject some ships and factions, but I think modding a Starsector playthrough halfway is a very dangerous game to play. Next. It's a very text-heavy game, by the way. Your actions will gain or lose you influence with the factions in the sector. The higher your influence with a faction, the greater access to their support and technology you'll have. At the start of the game, you pick a faction to join. You're a representative of your chosen faction, and your actions in the sector will reflect on them. You can move to another faction later if you earn their trust. You can also choose to go it alone and set up your own empire. Have fun and please leave any feedback on the Starsector forums. Smiley face. I did double check the Starsector forums when I grabbed this one, and the person/people making Next Relin are fairly responsive. It's like a 300-page forum thread. You can't get this game on Steam or anything. You have to buy it through their website, so it's like traveling back in time to 2012. I think I paid $15 or $20 for this game. Start playing. Configure the sector. Now, normally you would just like pick a starting fleet, you'd be launching the game, but Next Relin gives us a little more functionality. We're going to go other options. Nope. I want, I think I want proceed, custom start, tutorial. And that lets us play the vanilla tutorial. Solve a minor crisis in the Galatia star system. Yes. And then in Next Relin, we can choose a starter fleet. The fleet selection's a lot more narrow in the base game, so let's just choose a fleet. I'll take an explorer. In the base game, once we're underway in our actual save, we can customize our fleets and hire officers. You can even customize the ships. You attach weapon hardpoints. It's very fun. Not the type of autism I excel at, so it'll be a team effort, viewers in the chat. Let's go with this exploration fleet, which should be strong enough to get us through the tutorial. So I am in, I believe, a combat cruiser, and I have a little freighter accompanying me. And we also have a little ship that can dispatch fighter drones. These actually seem to be mining drones, so they'll just be destroying enemies with mining lasers, but the tutorial's not too involved. Not the best game to watch on actually, a lot of people complain about the font size. I think I can scale up the UI, but then there's problems with anti-aliasing, and there's screen real estate might get fucked up. I didn't experiment too much with the UI size. I can read it, so my ears can paint you a picture of what's happening. Let's begin. I chose the easiest difficulty or whatever, the cheapest start. We start with 20,000 credits for level 1, because as a character, we level up and we choose skills, and so do the officers in our fleet. Welcome to the sector. Your fleet is in the middle of nowhere and critically low on supplies. If you don't acquire more supplies, your fleet will suffer through a slow but ultimately fatal decline. You decide to continue. Fortunately, there's a debris field nearby. Move up into it and activate your scavenge ability to search it for useful cargo. Scavenging requires heavy machinery, but there's some in your cargo hold. Make sure to take all the supplies and any other valuable cargo, but feel free to leave the cheap and bulky metals behind. To get your fleet moving, click on empty space in the direction you want to move. Let's get on our way. See, you fly where the mouse is. Press 6 to start scavenging. Your fleet assumes a stable orbit relative to the debris field. The field appears stable and will not drift apart anytime soon. Long-range scans indicate it's possible something of value could be found inside. The salvage that remains is extremely difficult to get to, and there's a high risk involved in running a salvage operation. Let's assess it. So what do I need? It's going to take 30 machines, and I have 130 in my cargo, and I need 80 crew member. They're not consumed. I don't think they die, but I have 246 available. 80 of them will be on salvage duty. 33% effectiveness at salvaging this. 25 base. Then I get a bonus because I have enough machinery to help. I get no bonus for my salvaging skills. I get a slight bonus because there's probably one of the ships in my fleet is good at salvaging. No modifier because I have enough crew. And there's a huge penalty because the debris field is just a piece of shit. Let's begin. An accident during the machinery operation has resulted in the loss of 1 crew and 5 heavy machinery. Normally that doesn't happen. So what do we have here? Supplies. Assorted supplies required by ships and crew, ranging from rations and uniforms to munitions, spare parts, microfab feedstock, and prefab components. So this is just a generic resource that represents the ability of our ships to operate. And then we've got our fuel here, standard starship fuel on which interstellar civilization relies. Composed of antimatter trapped in fullerene shells mixed in a semi-stable foam with heavy isotopes of hydrogen. Fairly safe. Various standardized modules for manipulating matter on an industrial scale. They access manual input, most common design template formats, and can be slaved to network control. And the metal's kind of shitty. We'll bring it along for now. Where's my storage capacity? This. I have 690 out of 1050. Is that 5 to advance the tutorial? We got some fuel. A pirate fleet's approaching. First you'll spot it as a sensor contact, then as an unidentified fleet, and then, when it gets very close, you'll see its true colors. Alright. Don't worry, the pirate ship is a shoddy rust bucket. If you do lose, you can press F9. It's a quick load. Okay. Even so, combat can be expensive, especially if there's no bounty on the enemy you fight. Deploying ships into battle reduces their combat readiness, and recovering CR consumes supplies. Battle damage can cost even more supplies to repair. However, fighting is often necessary to survive. Wait for the pirate fleet to approach and then defeat them. This ship is either weaker or stronger than the base game, so we'll see how this pirate fight plays out. Here he comes. So right there he was unidentified because his transponder was off. They'll touch on that later, I think. His transponder was off, so we couldn't see who he was at a distance, but now that he's close enough, our sensors identified him as a pirate. The pirate ship maneuvers to prevent you from disengaging easily. It's just one little guy. Doesn't appear to be certain of your identity, and any hostilities will have a reduced impact on your reputation, because you can't tell anybody what I did. So he's flying a Cerberus, and the P means it's a pirate variant, which is just a modified freighter to be able to fight. Open comlink. If a spacer steals food to feed her family or comrades, they call it piracy. That makes me a pirate, then I'd rather be a pirate than some poor tool saluting the Phoenix. Minerva Master Blaster. Alright, well, let's blast her. The opposing fleet moves in to disengage. Now, I control this one. That's what I'm piloting, but I think I can dispatch myself to pilot one of the other ships instead. But I'm going to keep flying this thing because it's our flagship. It's the strongest thing I have. You can select which ships to deploy at the beginning of each battle and deploy reinforcements as the battle goes on. Deploying a ship reduces its combat readiness by a fixed amount. In addition, ships will begin to gradually lose combat readiness after their peak readiness time runs out. So we're bringing this, which takes 14, and my character abilities allow me to deploy 240 worth of ships. So we'll deploy all of these, and then it'll also cost 20 supplies, which represents, like, I don't know, extra rations for the fight, and some light parts to repair the ships or something. Thank you. Let's deploy. So we've got the map mode here. I probably should have done one of the high-level combat tutorials, but we have the map mode here where I can issue orders to my other ships and see what's going on, or I can zoom in a little more and actually fight. These are my command points, which I use to, like, open a radio frequency and boss the ships around, so I can't order my fleet around endlessly. And the longer the fight goes on, my combat readiness goes down. So basically, the fight goes on for so long that, like, the hardware is stressed and, like, my crew starts to lose their edge, that I become a shittier fighter. So the trick is to fight effectively in a short amount of time. Let us begin. I have some fighters that I'm dispatching here. Do I have a shield on this thing? I do have a shield. I have a front-facing shield. It's like this thing's like a carrier in a missile boat. We got him. I forgot that the story tutorial doesn't really touch on the combat so much. So some high-level things, which I'll go into detail later as I remember them, is basically all your ships have this resource called flux, which is, I don't know, like your energy grid consumption. So getting hurt by certain weapons accumulates flux. Firing my weapons accumulates flux. I think running the shield accumulates flux, and getting hit in my shield accumulates flux. And basically, once my flux fills up, my systems overload, and I lose control of my ship for a bit. Or I can, like, lower my shields, and my flux will decay passively, or I can vent my heat, and that will drain my flux rapidly. But the trick basically is to fill up the other guy's flux, so he's paralyzed, and you want to keep your flux under control. And there's also hard flux, which can't be recovered while your shields stay on. There's soft flux, which will always decay based on like the events on your ship. But for now, we won't worry about that. I was able to gain a complete victory in the last engagement. My forces were able to recover some combat readiness as they control the battle space. The engagement was limited, pissed off the pirates quite a bit, but I also stole some credits from the CPU cores. More supplies. Obviously, we're in space, so the fact that we can find fuel and supplies when we're not in port is very important. No pun intended. We'll just draft some of their crew. We're going to steal their metal, so we generally gained supplies, I think. Everything improved from that fight. My supply consumption has gone up. Briefly, because we're recovering our combat readiness. So that could be, you know, maybe someone stubbed his toe in that fight and he has to go to the sick bay. Or we have to repaint the hull, or patch up a hole, reload our guns. Supplies are a generic resource. Recovering combat readiness costs supplies, as does repairing battle damage. To reduce supply use, repairs and CR recovery on ships can be suspended, so we can disable field repairs and just fix our ships in port. But that's dangerous if your ship is a piece of shit when you get into a fight. Dismiss. Well, sorry. I can open the fleet screen and actually, you don't look so good. He looks a little scuffed up. I thought he was okay. Kept his shields up. We'll worry about it later. I'm level 2, which gives me 2 skill points and 5 story points. Press F5. Yeah, that little guy was tanking, but I thought his shields held together. You've gained a level. You gain 1 skill point with each level up, and an additional point at the start of the campaign. You also gain story points as you gain experience. These can be used to take exceptional actions, to make your own story in a way. The tutorial will introduce using these a bit later. Skill points are used to learn skills. Skills are arranged in 4 aptitudes: combat, leadership, technology, and industry. Each aptitude has a number of tiers. You advance to the higher tiers by picking skills from the lower ones. Skills that affect your piloted ship. All combat skills, and a few skills and other aptitudes can be made elite at the cost of a story point. And I can hit level 15. Press C to open the character tab and consider your options, but I don't have to actually spend the points right now, which I might not even want. We're not using this character, remember, this is just to do the story tutorial. So you can go combat, leadership, which helps my fleet and my officers. So like this is for if I'm really good at flying a ship, this is for if I'm good at controlling a large fleet. This is good for exploring, and this is for if I eventually want to make my own planets, which we do. It also affects the resilience of my fleet. These don't, like, cargo capacity isn't going to help me get through this tutorial. Bonus move speed, kind of, will speed things up. Bonus weapon damage for all ships, but we'll take the one I'm controlling. So the one I control handles better and goes faster. And then I can also make it elite, which increases my top speed. Oh, this is a good one. The zero flux speed boost is activated at any flux level, because if I have any heat built up, the ship... Well, sorry, I think it's more appropriate to say if there's no heat build up on your ship goes even faster than it's supposed to. So that's to represent like you charging into battle, I suppose. And then once you start firing your gun and turning your shield on, you lose that speed boost. So it's more of so I guess it's kind of like sprinting out of combat. You could correlate that too. But we'll get the speed boost as long as we're not actively generating flux. So that's good, like if you're just trying to get away. If you can just not get hit, you can outrun ships. So let's take that. And then I'll also make it elite, which will consume one of our story points. There you go. Shortly after dispatching the pirates, you receive a tight beam communication from the system's main inhabited world, Ankara. The message is brief and asks you to travel there and contact Station Commander Papineau as soon as possible. Okay. Let's lay in a course for Ankara. You don't need to do this to travel, but it helps keep track of where you're going and how long it'll take to get there. After dismissing the dialogue, press E to open the intel screen to view the details of the message you've just received. Select a message and click the Show on Map button to open the map centered directly on Ankara. Then, left-click and hold on the planet and select Lay in Course from the menu that pops up. Alternatively, you can just right-click it. You can also press Tab to open the map and locate Ankara manually. Once you get to Ankara, open the comm directory to contact the station commander, Papineau. So we'll open the Intel tab. Shows us a bunch of shit. Not so much now because the game just started. I've already forgotten what I'm doing. I've already forgot what it told me to do. Because I know we're going to here to Galatia. Planets. Ugh, oh boy, what have I done? Local. Oh my god. Intel. Get local. Go here. Show on map. Lay in course. I could have just right-clicked, which is probably what we're going to do from now on. So now we'll autopilot there. It will take us 9.6 days. Ankara's pretty far away, and it'll take a while to get there at this rate. You decide to continue. The sustained burn ability is useful for long-distance travel. Activating it will briefly stop the fleet and reduce its acceleration to a minimum, but the maximum burn level will be much higher. A sustained burn can be interrupted by other fleets activating an interdiction pulse, which I can generate. Sustained burn to get to Ankara more quickly. You can also press and hold shift to speed up time. We have another mod to speed up time even further, but... So, yeah, we have sustained burn, which makes it harder to turn, but it increases the top speed of all the ships, and the top speed of our fleet is determined by, like, the slowest ship. So if you have really fast ships, then you bring some piece of shit fuel tanker, that's going to impact your ability to fly fast. But we have a pretty small, nimble fleet right now. Our burn level is 8. So we're going to go to sustained burn. Do you fucking mind? You're coming up on an asteroid belt! If you go through at full speed, there's a chance your fleet might be knocked off course, and some of your ships might even suffer damage from asteroid impacts. A slow-moving fleet avoids this danger. Press and hold S to move slowly until you're through the belt. The danger is low, however, especially since the belt is thin and you're only going across it, so you can also get away with just going full speed. We're going to slow down. See, there's the asteroid belt. Lower speed to 4, so now we won't bump into anything because we're paying more attention. We're gonna, and then kick up the sustained burn. Increases our max speed to 15, and we hold shift, speed time up. Your fleet is getting closer to Ankara, which is controlled by the Hegemony, a major militaristic faction in the sector. While in hegemony space, a fleet is required by law to identify itself by keeping its transponder turned on. This is a view shared by most, though not all, major factions. Turning on the transponder makes your fleet highly visible, and everyone seeing it will know who you are, unlike that pirate fleet you fought earlier, which had to be very close to positively identify. Keeping your transponder on is a crippling disadvantage in hostile space, but as we're getting closer to port, and we'd like to dock there, it's a good idea to turn it on. Activate the transponder before getting close to Ankara, both to avoid unwanted attention from patrols and to receive docking clearance. Since turning it on and off has major consequences, it requires a double tap to turn on or off, once to prime and once more to confirm. So there's our transponder. Transponder on, so now people can see us from way further away. But, like the thing said, is we'll usually be turned away when we try to dock with places that we don't have a transponder for. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder and you're soon granted docking clearance. Let's open the comm directory. We need to speak to Commander Papineau. You open the local comm directory and browse the public and otherwise known listings. You transmit the comms ID and wait for the system to establish a connection. Your connection request is accepted surprisingly quickly, given that a citizen has many responsibilities. Ah, you've come. Excellent. As you're well aware, recently, well, I suppose we can skip that part. I actually could use a refresher on recent events. A team from the Galatia Academy has been running experiments on the dormant gate in this system, trying to connect it back to the domain's gate network. Promising experiments, or so they thought. Until an energy pulse we expected would get a response from the gate destabilized the jump points leading into the system, cutting us off from the rest of the sector. It's rather like how the sector's cut off from the domain, writ small. The stars have a sense of irony, do they not? The miners of the Dirinkuyu station, which is also located in this system, and was operating near subsistence level, were hit the hardest. They turned to piracy, intercepting one of the last food shipments to come in, out of desperation, no doubt, but they were deaths, and they put themselves well outside the law. Their leaders know that if the jump points are stabilized and the system is once again part of the sector, they can look forward to a life sentence at a penal colony at absolute best. Where do I fit in? The miners turned pirate are guarding the jump points, preventing us from gathering recent readings, and coming up with a way to stabilize them. We do have a security detachment that could handle their forces, but they're tied up defending Ankara. The pirates are too much for you to take on, but fortunately you don't have to. We've got an agent on the Dinkiryu station who was able to gain access to recent sensor readings from the ships guarding the jump points. But they've not been able to get to a long-range comm array to send the data to us. That's where you come in. Head to Dirinkuyu and retrieve the data from our agent, then return here. What's in it for me? A mercenary. Some credits naturally, with more along the way. And if all goes to plan, we'll be able to reconnect with the rest of the sector, such as it is. What's the plan? First off, make sure to turn off your transponder once you undock. I've instructed the security attachment not to give you any trouble about that. If you're lucky, the pirates may even think you're one of their own and let you approach Dirinkuyu without any trouble still. It makes sense to go dark as you get closer, to make sure they can't get too good a reading on your fleet. You can also approach along the asteroid belt. That'll give you almost perfect cover as long as you're moving slowly. If they do notice me, then you're in trouble. Activate an emergency burn to get out of there. Lose them, then come back around to try again. Don't E-burn unless you really need to, though. It's hard on the ships and will cost you more supplies to recover from. Eats up a good chunk of fuel, too. Very well. Excellent. Thank you for being willing to help. Come back when you've got the data. Good luck. Cut the link. Let's trade. In the cargo screen, I can, just trade shit. Not my first time in a shop. Get rid of this garbage. And you see there's an 18% tariff when I sell. I think it's a 30% tariff when I buy. No, it's only 18% tariff. It's normally a 30% tariff. I think it's 18% because of the tutorial, but it's hard to buy low and sell high because of the tariffs, but not a problem right now. I'm going to buy all this fuel. Not all of it. I am at 395 out of 300. Put that back. I'll buy some more supplies while I'm here. Crew complement's a little low. Total personnel capacity of the fleet is 410. There's 248 crew and 0 marines. The fleet requires a skeleton crew of 205. So let's grab a little more just in case we suffer any casualties. I don't have enough money. I overestimated how much this was all going to cost. What the fuck am I paying so much for the supplies, I bet? There we go. Put all that back. didn't pay attention to how poor I am in the beginning. There we go. We can buy ships and ship parts maybe, but let's not worry about that right now. You thought I was going to crate into that planet. Well, most things that aren't ships are, like, below me, so we can fly over everything that's pretty much not the sun. Be on our way. Normally, like they said, it's illegal to turn off your transponder, but for the purposes of the tutorial, they're not going to do a surprise inspection on us. There's Deer and Kuyu there. Let's just lay in a course. Let the computer handle it. We're not doing a sustained burn, because that'll make us stand out. There's an inactive gate. The basic story for the game is we're part of a giant space empire, and one day the stargates we use to travel between star systems just turned off, and no one knows why, so we're trapped in this part of the galaxy. That was like 200 years ago. And, woo! They're pirates, and they're a little curious. Pirate fleet maneuvers to prevent you. Now, the thing is I probably can't win this fight with the normal fleet, but this Nexarelian fleet I think I can win with. So let's just fight them. Play. I think my transponder... You're right, because it's a double tap, isn't it? So that's why they caught me. Now, technically, that guy might be too much trouble, and we'd have to disengage and turn off our transponder and shit, but for now, we're just going to try to go for it. Now, I'm the biggest one, so I'm going to try to, like, screen a little bit with my shields here. I only have a forward shield, so I got to watch out for my flanks. Apparently, the drones are not having any of that shit, though. They're just shooting the missiles out of the air for me. I'm trying to get this guy. I haven't really put any effort into what exactly my ships can do, because we're not going to use this fleet after the tutorial, but we'll have to worry about things like weapon groups, different weapon types, and how they affect things, like certain ammo types are better against shields, some are good against armor. This is a bit of a niche ship. Looks like it has an auto-firing laser on the center, and then we just have a bunch of missile batteries. I won, by the way. Your forces were able to recover some combat readiness. The salvage chief reports that several ships disabled or destroyed during the battle could be restored to basic functionality. Recovering ships instead of breaking them for salvage will greatly reduce the salvage gain from these ships. So no, we're just going to smash the ships. Some more fuel. You're taking more salvage than your fleet has capacity to carry. That doesn't sound right. Oh, yeah, fuel. It's the fuel is why. A single crewman. Pry some of their guns out of the wreckage. Hit the metal again. The transponder was off, that's why they caught us. Oh no. Your recent actions around Kuyu mining station have generated a lot of local interest, and simply coming in with the transponder off is no longer sufficient to go unnoticed. Judging from the current level of comm chat or news reports, you estimate it'll take at least a week before the commotion dies down. Luckily, we don't need to dock and trade, we just have to get into comm range. To speak to Titan Phobos, who probably chose that name himself. You contact the agent using a special comms ID and exchange passphrases to verify each other's identities. What's the password, he says. Shadowrun, I reply. The agent then transmits a data file with recent raw sensor readings from the unstable jump points. Thank you. Ow. Flew into a fucking asteroid. Lay in a course. Sustained burn. Oh, I was not. I was on sustained burn already. 2 days journey. See, it costs us 1.4 supplies a day. And we actually only use fuel when we're in hyperspace, I think. So just flying around a solar system uses, I don't know, like such a super common variant of fuel, we don't track it. But traveling between solar systems consumes fuel. From the comm directory, we're speaking to the commander again. You have the data, well done. There's a brief waitage to transmit the data file. Now, while the system's running a preliminary analysis of the data, I believe you're due a reward, $5,000. Don't be confused by this, which looks like a penny. Those are domain credits. There's a chime in the background. She looks concerned. Is there a problem? Yes, the system estimates it'd take about a cycle to analyze the data and come up with a stabilization algorithm. Naturally, by then, the data would be out of date and any algorithm based on it meaningless. If we had an AI core on hand, we could analyze the data more quickly. Fortunately, there's a survey probe somewhere in this system, one left over from the initial exploration of the sector by the domain. It should have at least one AI core serving as its brain. Why hasn't it been salvaged before? To answer your second question, domain artifacts are usually protected by automated defenses that still function to this day, and the probe is no exception. And the hegemony generally forbids civilian interference with domain artifacts, for the sake of public safety, of course. Desperate times, however. As to where it is, my data indicates it's somewhere beyond the orbit of Pontus. You get there, then head out beyond the asteroid belt and use an active sensor burst. You should at the very least get a sensor contact with the probe. Head towards it, perform salvage, and bring back an AI core. Pontus is a gas giant in the outer system. To see its name on the map, you might have to turn off the inhabited option. I'll see what I can do. I do. Boop, look at all those other things now. There's Tetra. There's Pontus. Grab a quick save. I want to see if I can speed up time. With my, well, looks like I might not have the right hotkey on my speed mod, unless the speed mod doesn't work in the map. It only work in combat. Working in combat would still be pretty great. Slow down. There we go. Alright, we're here. Oh, whoops. Then we'll fire a sensor burst. Wow. Fire off another burst. There it is. Triangles off to the side tell us that there might be something out here. Well, well, well. There's something. An unidentified entity. Hit it with a burst. A domain-era probe, an example of one of the countless thousands of robot probe ships sent into the galaxy by the domain to find new resources to exploit, planets to colonize, and to explore the unknown. Some variants are produced by automated motherships. This specimen appears to be inactive, pitted by small impacts. Its hull displays iridescence from fearsome radiation scarring. This probe's manufacture could well date to 1,000 cycles ago. Your fleet approaches a domain-era probe left from the initial domain exploration of the sector. Pitted by small impacts, the probe's hull displays iridescence typical of fearsome radiation scarring. Though this probe's manufacture could well date to 1,000 cycles ago, some systems are still nominally intact. Let's explore it. As your fleet moves in closer, several energy signatures are detected coming online inside the probe's hold. Some domain-era defense drones. Which could probably be bad because I'm just running mining drones. Engage. We're not really hurting for supplies, so we can just deploy our whole fleet decadently. Once we get a fucking gigantic fleet, it'll be hard to send everybody out every single battle. We'll have to get a little more fanciful. Let's get them, fellas. There they are. I'm actually a little concerned about this guy. Watch out, little drones. I'm not sure if... oh, look at that. His minigun shooting my missiles out of the sky. There are point defense systems we'll have to worry about later. So the missiles generally home in. These might be anti-engine missiles that try to get them in the bum. But like I said, I've put no thought or concern into my ship. I'm just hoping it's loaded as robust enough to beat the tutorial. And then the drones weren't doing anything of value. We don't need any more fuel because we barely consume any when we're in the system. As your fleet finishes mopping up the automated defenses, a weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the probe. It's unclear if this random noise is from a dying subsystem or some kind of encrypted signal. Probably nothing to worry about, right? I need 100 people. That's a big fucking probe. But I will find 110% because we're not getting a penalty from the density of the debris field. Some supplies, some machinery, some transplutonics, refined heavy elements including common, actinides, and other heavier exotics essential to high-energy systems and advanced research applications. Now, the trick is to keep a little bit of these on us because we can deploy like satellites as we explore. I think people say to carry like 100. Some more metal. And there's the AI core. A gamma-level AI core is capable of supporting most human endeavors, making up for a lack of creativity and problem-solving ability with prodigious computational prowess. Assigning a gamma to aid human overseers in administrating a colony-wide industry brings significant benefits. Selling AI cores on the open market is prohibited by most factions. However, higher-up faction representatives are often willing to exchange AI cores for large sums of cash when communicated with directly, though their reasons for doing so may vary. Yeah, AI is illegal in the world of Starsector, but that doesn't stop rich people from doing it anyways. But if I try to walk into a pawn shop and offload an AI core, the military secret police might come visit me. Go speak to Commander Pepino. We just do a sustained burn. And I accidentally middle-clicked there, so we can use the speed up. I forgot to try my my target leading hip, because I'm a terrible shot, so I think that'll get a lot of use. Comm directory, commander. Solid work. I'll get my technicians working on this right away. In the meantime, this should cover your expenses, hopefully with a good amount left over. I'll send you the stabilization algorithm when the core works it out. Once you have it, it should be a simple matter of running it using your fleet's drive field as a means of interacting with the jump point. However, there's still the matter of the miners guarding both jump points. And you said their forces are significant? Well, it's all relative. Our security detachment could handle them easily, but as I mentioned, it's tied down defending Ankara. Your fleet, on the other hand, you might be able to handle them with some stellar piloting and a bit of luck, but it's best not to take such chances, especially when there's an alternative. A what now? There's a ship graveyard around Tetra. Ships that were deemed not worth the effort to restore, waiting bulk transit to one of the shipbreaking facilities elsewhere. Now, though, they'll serve your needs. Go there and recover all the ships you can, and break the ones you can't for supplies. Make sure to bring enough crew to operate the recovered ships. Perhaps an extra 100 or so will do. You'll need to transport them somehow, too. Take this Mud Skipper transport. Consider it part of your reward. Thank you. So she gave us like a shuttle, because not every ship in your fleet needs to fight. If you don't deploy those ones in fight. So you could have like a shuttle that just carries soldiers and marines. You can have a fuel tanker that just carries enough fuel for everybody. You can have a cargo ship. So your combat ships don't need gigantic cargo bays. So yeah, I've got my carrier, our little carriers, and this is our staff shuttle. And where's my crew? I have 249 out of 210. What do I need for a skeleton crew? I need 210. Yeah, let's buy some crew. $100 crew are going to cost me money, and because human trafficking is illegal, I can't pay tariffs on people's salaries. Sell them metal to offset that cost. And these guns we're never going to use. There. She said we're going to the ship graveyard here at Tetra to salvage some ships, press them into service with our fleet. You could steal ships that you like if they manage to survive battles, but generally I think you would befriend a faction and purchase ships from them, or eventually, once we start to build our own Auge Syndicate Empire, we can construct shipyards and build our own ships. A bunch of derelict ships here. A wolf. Shuttle. We don't want shuttles, we want the fighting ones, like this Buffalo Mark II might be good. There's a fuel tanker like I was talking about. A hammerhead's great. Let's grab that hammerhead. Derelict Hammerhead Destroyer. It's showing signs of damage, though determining whether it's recoverable or not will require closer examination. Let's get in there. Salvage crews boarding the wreck discover that many essential systems are undamaged and the ship could be restored to basic functionality. If not recovered, the ship will be scuttled, and any fitted weapons and fighter LPCs will be retrieved. What's wrong with this thing? It's got compromised armor, degraded engines. So, like, these are debuffs that we can't strip off the ship because it's too fucked up. And, in the world of Starsector, people don't have a lot of technical expertise, so nobody actually knows how to fix a ship once it gets this fucked up, basically. We find, like, blueprint ships, and we feed those into automated factories, and we don't know how to make the ships because of, like, weird copyright protections, because it's a fucking dystopian future empire. Late-stage capitalism shit, so we can build ships, but once they get fucked up to a certain point, nobody's not sure how to fix them. And this Hammerhead is one of them. It's got compromised armor, which is bad, because I think the Hammerhead's job is to just have a bunch of guns in the front and armor plating. Compromised armor. I don't like the degraded engines on that one, so let's scuttle that one. I'll take your weapons complement, though. What else? I want the kite. Take the buffalo. So I could consume a story point to try and salvage the ship, when normally I would fail. Sometime later, you hear back from your chief engineer, who mumbles about being a miracle worker to someone off screen before noticing you picked up the call. Commander, looks like we might be able to pull this off, though I'll say you're not going to find what I'm going to do in any manual. And it wouldn't pass any inspection, but then again, we're not in the Hegemony fleet. It'll fly, though. Faulty automated systems, degraded life support. We'll just wear a fucking gas mask. It's a support destroyer. We can swing this. It'll consume a story point, but we can get this thing operational. The ISS Prize of High Orbit is now part of your fleet. Some of the ships in your fleet are at a dangerously low combat readiness. Deploying these ships in combat is likely to cause critical malfunctions, dealing damage, disabling some weapons and engines for the duration of the battle, causing further critical malfunctions during the deployment. It's recommended that you let these ships recover before using them in combat. Ships regain combat readiness over time, and friendly stations offer a quick way to do so, and effect repairs, as well as hire on additional crew if needed. We're not going right into combat, we'll fix these ships. Dismiss. What else do you have for me? The Dram, I don't really care about. I'll grab the Wolf. If I recall that they're called Wolf frigates because you can run a Wolf pack. Quite dangerous in numbers. I remember this little guy, yeah. Compromised hull. I think he has a shield generator. I mean, it's the tutorial. If he takes any lasting damage, you can just scuttle it. Consider ship recovery. It'll cost 26 supplies to get this thing operational. And I mean, you buy supplies in exchange for a ship. That's a great deal. The ISS GG a Tarsus freighter, a Condor carrier, let's go with the Lash and we'll get another carrier in our fleet. Nope, this thing's too fucked up. Just gonna get scuttled. On the topic of scuttling, if we scuttle or lose that ship we used a story point on, we get our story point back. So you don't technically lose story points permanently when you consume them in that way. Let's try to salvage this carrier. Oh, this ship is not easily recoverable. You know what? I really want another carrier, so... Structural damage, an erratic fuel injector, glitched sensor array, we can manage with those if it just has a friend. Like, just pair it off with another one, like when you see the blind dog and it's friends with a regular dog. That's what that ship is. I'm understaffed, so we really have to get home. The Black Sun. Your fleet doesn't have enough personnel. This results in reduced combat readiness, but that's okay when we're not fighting. You can concentrate the available crew on specific ships by mothballing some of the ships. It's recommended that you hire more crew at a nearby space station. Right, I think I can mothball a ship and I just tow it. And it doesn't do anything in combat, but... Let's set a course back from Cairo. So this is definitely enough of a fleet to fight off some fucking pirates. Just some disheveled miners trying to feed themselves. More than enough. I think it's like I think we have one attack frigate and then a bunch of carriers. We'll just swarm them with mining drones. What an ironic way to be wiped out if you're a band of miners turned pirates. There's actually a chance that some of the ships I salvage don't even have a proper weapons complement, but I don't care. Leave. Bunch of rust buckets, aren't they? Put some weapons on them, get a proper refit done, and with a dedicated crew, they'll do alright. It's no worse than what the pirates have got at any rate. Oh, speaking of weapons. Just about to talk to you about that. Not much to buy on the open market, but we have some stores. I've already ordered local storage space to be assigned to you, and some suitable weapons transferred there, along with enough supplies to speedily bring the new ships back to full combat readiness. Use them to outfit your new ships, make sure you've got enough crew for a full complement on every ship, and then break the rogue miner defenses at the inner jump point. Once this conversation is over, press R to open the refit screen, and then after selecting a ship, you can press V to auto-fit. Pick a desired loadout for that ship, and it will be automatically refitted to match using what weapons it can find. You'll need to redock with your transponder turned on to get the repair capabilities. In addition, you have access to local storage in Ankara, and some weapons and supplies have been placed there. To access it, click on the storage button. So normally you have to pay to get like a cargo bay assigned to you in each town, but the tutorial gives you one for free. You got the destabilization algorithm then? Correct. These cores seem like they can work miracles sometimes. Let me transmit the results. Good luck to you. If you fail, well, we'll have to send the security force to do the job, and then it could get very messy. It's good to know you're already working on a plan B. Come on now, it's not so grim. I have every expectation you'll succeed or I wouldn't send you, but it's my responsibility as commander to plan for every eventuality and not rely on a miraculous savior. Now about those miners. The two fleets guarding the jump point will aid each other if you engage one when the other's nearby, so it'll be an easier fight if you manage to separate them first. If you can't, it should still be a fight you can win though. I'll be back. Turn on the transponder, redock. R to refit. When refitting a ship while docked at a space station, I can mount both the weapons in your cargo hold and the ones available for purchase at the station. Undoing the changes to the ship's loaded or simply unmounting the purchased weapons will refund the credits used, but only if you haven't left. So I get a refund on the labor as soon as I leave. So see, I have all these hard points I can put weapons on, so... ships will have compromise, I suppose. So like you could have a ship with a very powerful front set of guns, but it might have really weak flanks, or you could have ones with like a lot of overlapping point defense, but really bad offensive weapons. Like, what's this guy? He's got a couple machine guns. This is a carrier, though, isn't it? It's the drone tender. Are you okay? You look like you had lost some weapon parts on that side. Maybe not. This is the one that we want. This is the Buffalo. I want this auto-fitted fighter support. Strap on some guns. So you got some Vulcans. Harpoon, that's a missile launcher. Ion cannon. Point defense laser, so if someone tries to shoot missiles right at the front, it'll shoot down sometimes. And a swarm launcher, which I think is a shitload of missiles. Get this wolf outfitted. Just pure assault. No, we'll go close support in order it to protect me. And then we've got this light support carrier. We'll auto fit it for strike craft. There we go. We'll put a little more effort into our ships once we get out of here. But our fleet is functional now. Okay. This is where the pirates are. There's a chance that we'll have to fight both fleets at once, but like she said, it's not a very strong fleet of pirates. They're just mining ships they've retrofitted. Some of my ships are actually meant for fighting. 2-day journey. Very tense trip, I imagine. Maybe close enough to assist, or maybe I... Oh, look, he's actually flying the same thing as me. So I'm flying a balanced venture, and he's flying a D. I don't know what the D stands for. Because it could be a variant, like, just, this thing's going to handle drastically different than, well, not drastically different, but it's going to be kitted out differently than my base venture. Because it's a rocket cruiser variant, and it's the D, which is maybe damaged. He's got a Buffalo, which is a support destroyer. I refitted mine as a fighter support. He's got a Shepherd, which is my little drone carrier as well. A shuttle with a gun on it. That'll be an easy kill. And then he's just got a bunch of mining pods probably stored in his launch base. Let's go. So yeah, we're going to have the frigate back me up. Let's just do this. I'll issue some more orders once we get there. Godspeed, everybody. Oh, right, and the wolf can teleport. I forgot about that. That's a fun little ship. Okay, so let's get everybody else. Well, actually, you know, I can probably have the wolf. Delete that shuttle. And then I'm just going to have the Buffalo support me. And then I'm also going to have you support me. It's just a huge carrier fleet, so I'm mostly just going to have a bunch of them babysit me. Shields up. Try to do a little flagship on flagship action here. Try to overwhelm the point defense. That was a terrible idea. I got flanked a little bit. Let's back it up. I'm not good at fighting, by the way. Looks like we broke through something. I mean, as soon as we start to outnumber them, they're going to start to be in trouble. If I can also shoot down some of his drones. There we go. Doesn't have his shield up, so see, he's about to overheat. You can see the flux meter fill out. Oh fuck, I also overheated. No defenses. Actually gonna vent my flex here, get that heat down. Gives me a little bit more to work with. The Buffalo is reporting combat readiness is going to decrease, so he's been in the fight too long. I think he's retreating, but look, based on the way he looks, I think I've stripped away most of his armor, so he's going to be taking like pure hull damage. I'm not even sure he has a shield. There it is. Let's see, I don't think he has a shield generator on the rocket cruiser variant. See, this guy's... I told him to babysit me. He's helping harass the drones and the missiles coming in. Ah, fuck, I'm overloaded again. Oh, Christ, that's the problem. I had everybody rally. We're just fighting now. Let's just go full assault. Ordering a full assault will cancel all existing assignments and make your ships engage the enemy forces more aggressively, exposing them to greater danger, but... I mean, we've broken the fleet. That shuttle is still alive, actually. I'm very disappointed in my wolf. I mean, I shouldn't be taking damage unnecessarily, but we're technically winning the engagement. If I can get a good missile barrage off on him there. That might have been the last of my missiles. If that barrage can get there before he turns his shields back on, that'll be juicy. There we go. Nope, that was my own ship getting destroyed. That sucks. Go get him, little drones. This guy's in really rough shape. I don't have any guns left. There comes my fleet now that I ordered the full assault. Get out of the way, wreckage. Maybe I can use it as a projectile. Yeah, my missile racks are all empty, so we just gotta chip him down. So he's got his shield. I think I can overheat him, and then, yeah, the turrets will just finish him off. How goes the battle? Just a little drone tender in the back. Then we're going to speed up here. Here we go. Just the drone tender escaped. Pursue? I managed to catch up. Now, this is a tip I found out recently, is I'm going to order my second in command to do it. Because that'll auto-battle. So, even if it's a ship that normally couldn't catch up and the enemy would just keep running away repeatedly, it'll auto-resolve. And I'll win because my ships are better. After the battle, 9 crew were rescued from life pods and attacked compartments from the wrecks because the Buffalo was blown up. The salvage chief reports that several ships disabled or destroyed. I might be able to salvage my Buffalo back. Hey! We can get her back. And I'll take their Buffalo. I stole 835 credits. Who's this? High-value prisoners. A highly valuable prisoner of war. Exchange at another faction station will prove your faction's relationship with them or ransom them. And a gun. more metal I forgot to offload. Now we gotta fight the other one, which I really can't. I have to attempt to disengage here. Just because my combat readiness is so low from the last engagement, let's head back to Enkyra and repair. Your fleet undergoes full repairs and is restored to maximum combat readiness at the cost of only 56 supplies. Sell off that prisoner. I have to pay tariffs on the prisoner exchange for some reason, but yoink. A heavy blaster fires bolts out. Let's not worry too much about weapons until we start customizing our own ships. I did level up too, but oh, they might be afraid of me now that my ships are fixed. The jump point is unstable and can't be used, but what if I were to stabilize the jump point? You load the stabilization algorithm into your jump program, and the drive field goes through a series of esoteric fluctuations. Their resonance gradually canceling out the instability in this jump point. The jump point should be stable enough to use within a day or so. Bad time to be a pirate, guys. Open a comm link. Did the hegemony send you to do this errand for him? Come to collect a bill? Alright, let's just fight then if you're going to be cunts about it. Everybody can join in. Well, hang on, not the shuttle. Standard civilian transport? Yeah, he can sit this one out. Here's my speed. Alright, what do we got here? You know, let's just have everybody back me up. Light strike carrier, let's have him on that. That's a freighter that shouldn't even be fighting, so he will help me. He will support him. And then that wolf can just do whatever he wants. Okay. We're just trying to get in a range for my guns, because I'm not really afraid of a... It's actually a drone tender. He's kind of defenseless, I think, if we can close the gap. Much quicker than me. Yeah, see, my speed's normally 99, but it's 49 once I'm in combat, and I lose that speed boost. See, there we go. My turrets are auto-firing at the drones. I think I'm actually going to help this guy. Yeah, I'm actually going to lose an entire ship to that shit. Alright, well, he's going to pay for that with his fucking life. Probably not. I think that thing's kind of fast. This cone is gigantic, but I think he has to be well inside of it or he'll just outrun my missiles. That's a really large shield, so hopefully he can't handle a lot of flux. Can't have enough drones to stop them all. The overload. Let's get him with a good batch of missiles. There we go. And right down there I was using my fast missile racks, which is a mod that this ship came with, so I could just fire a volley way quicker than usual. And those are the sorts of things that really give you an edge over the other ships. Like, there's no fucking way this little dude's... I don't know how that dude's shield is actually gonna... Ah, fucking the missiles are actually locking onto the wreck, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the missile rack's causing me to drain my supply, so now I'm just on turrets. Might be able to just hose him down with my laser. There we go. Who's left? That was it. That was a rout. Plain victory. I'll order my second in command to murder them. 17 crew were recovered. Consider ship recovery. Can I salvage any of my shit again? That's probably the one with the story point, so I'm guessing he just always has a chance to bounce back. 2,000 credits in that one. A lot of weapons floating in space that time. And that's good, because sometimes you'll have a really nice weapon that just won't be for sale in your part of the world, so... A little flexibility there. I was hoping for more music. We actually did it. You just never know these things. Such a relief not to be cooped up in this system anymore. Here's your reward, well earned and with my gratitude. In addition, I've set you up with a monthly stipend from the Galatia Academy in recognition of services rendered. It should run for 3 full cycles a year. Frankly, they don't have much room to complain right now. Didn't even have to lean on them too hard to get this sorted out. I gained $10,000 and now I draw a salary as a reward. Yeah, I don't really think there's any battle music. There's just, like, planet music. My relationship with hegemony has increased by 5. Now, I expect the authorities at the headquarters on Jengala in the Corvus system would like to hear about the recent events. Would you deliver a report for me? Ask to speak with Station Commander Callista when you get there. Oh. Make sure to take enough fuel for the trip. Flying in system as you have been doesn't use fuel, so it's easy to forget that flying in hyperspace does. It's not too far. But with your current fleet, you'll need about 90 units to get to Jengala. If you do manage to run out of fuel somehow and get stuck in an uninhabited system, that'd be a real feat in the Galatia Corvus route, let me tell you. You could always issue a distress call and wait for help to arrive. I'm also declaring a bounty on the remaining rogue miner fleets here. If you like, you can stick around here and help mop up before going to Corvus. That's tempting, but let's be on our way. By which I mean let's repair our ships. So now, we can leave the Galatia star system. This is the world of Starsector. The labeled things are suns, I believe. So we're going to Jengala. So we're going to travel to a jump point, which is a relatively safe spot we can use to enter hyperspace, and then we just fly through hyperspace until we get to Jengala. It also costs 15 fuel, I guess, to open up the hyperspace portal. Order a jump. Your fleet has entered hyperspace. Ships traveling in hyperspace use fuel in proportion to the distance traveled, but not the speed. Fleets that run out of fuel drift towards the nearest star system, and then they get sucked into the gravity well. You could be stranded there if they don't sell fuel. So, it's purely distance, so we can go slow and not lose fuel. Your fleet has been hit by a hyperspace storm. One of your ships has taken damage and its combat readiness has been reduced. Storm strikes can also knock your fleet off course, but an emergency burn lets your fleet get back on course more easily and allows you to punch through storms. Whoa. we've made it. You can fight in hyperspace, so like pirates can try to catch you right when you come in or out. Some of the ships in your fleet are in low combat readiness. Yeah, because I fucking flew through space lightning. I know. But I did some field repairs and now the ship's fine. Your fleet approaches Jangala, initially a center of xenobiological study and tourism. Exploitation followed discovery, and millions of square kilometers were razed, then covered by plantations tended by massive robotic harvesters. But it's no paradise for humans, requiring biofilter masks and a decontamination process for surface visits. The riotous native jungle must be held back to this day by periodic orbital burns from Jangala Station. And I'm allowed to dock. Speak with Commander Callisto. Yes, and you are? You have a report for me. Let's take a look. Galatia's back on the map. That's excellent news. Says here you've had quite a hand in it, too. That won't be forgotten. What do I do now? I don't have anything specific for you right now, but you have got options. There's a bounty in this system right now due to unusually high pirate activity. You've already got some experience dealing with pirates, so that could be a good way to earn some credits. And of course, you could always visit the dockside bars. Good opportunities there sometimes. You could also try your hand at salvaging, load up on fuel, machinery, and supplies, head for the outer systems. It's a good idea to pick a mission first, so you're not running blind. Someone's usually offering good money to analyze this planet or that derelict, and where there's one, there's often more. Finally, you could take a commission with the hegemony. Due to the Galatia business, your standing is high enough that such a request would be accepted. You'll be expected to fight our enemies, though, so it's quite a commitment. If I were you, I'd hold off on it till you've got a more solid fleet behind you. And that's it. We can go back and start a new save. We learned a little bit. I forgot about some of the combat stuff. We could do some brief combat tutorials. Yeah, might as well, right? Welcome to the Starsector combat tutorial. This will go over combat basics. Your flagship for this tutorial is a Hammerhead-class destroyer. First things first, let's learn how to get it moving. By the way, you can pause and unpause the game at any time by pressing space. A and D to turn, W and S to accelerate forward or back, which is set. I set my speed, I don't have to hold it down. And press C to bring your ship to a halt. That thing handled a lot nicer than my carrier, that's for sure. Moving the mouse around pans your view. You can also use the mouse wheel to zoom in and out. Ships can also strafe sideways. This is one I forgot how to do. This is particularly useful if you want to move while keeping your front-facing weapons pointed at your target. Your ship will turn towards your mouse cursor while you strafe, so keep the cursor on top of the target. There's now an enemy ship, an Enforcer-class destroyer at your 12 o'clock. Its weapon and maneuvering systems are disabled. Try strafing, which is hold down shift. Actually fluxed out around the same time. I got fluxed. I do like the art for the game, and it allows people to make some really interesting ships by just kit bashing the existing designs. So yeah, basically shift points me where my cursor is, and that's handy. Let's just kill him off. Oh, his hull reset. Okay. On to weapons. The Hammerhead's weapons are organized into 3 groups, 1, 2, and 3 to switch between groups and hold left to fire the selected group. So I have 2 chain guns. I have some missile launchers are linked, and I have some PD lasers, which would probably be set to auto fire. Look at that coverage. Look at that coverage on the PDs. See, those are actually really good for shredding the shields, because certain weapons are better for shields and shit. Guided missiles require a target. By default, they'll lock onto the nearest enemy to your cursor. You can also lock on to a specific enemy to assure missiles go after it. R. For R, matey. R again to clear the target. Most ships use shields. The Hammerhead has front-facing shields, but some ships have omnidirectional shields that can rotate to face threats from any direction. There's my shield. Got a... Oh, that's a pretty strong shield, actually. Firing most weapons, except for missiles, generates flux. Your ship has a limited flux capacity, and managing what you use is key to survival. You can see your flux level in the info display, which is that thing there. And then I suppose right here as well, but I mostly just look at my stat on the ship. Fire your assault chain guns for a bit and see how you build up flux. I mean, I know how flux works. The flux from firing these dissipates almost as quickly as it's generated. Different ships and ship loadouts dissipate flux at different rates, and so can support varying amounts of weapons effectively. So you could make a ship that, like, fires its gun forever. You could make a ship that, like, fires a bunch of lasers once and then needs to cool down. Shields generate flux continuously. Now, I think it's the apogee or something. I've run a ship that almost doesn't generate flux when the shield is up. This one, for example, seems to have a very low overhead on its shield generator. Even if you're not taking any damage on the shields, keeping them off will let you put out more firepower. Let's see how these shields hold up under fire. See, his missile launcher does a number on it, too. The enemy ship has stopped firing, but your flux isn't going down. Because hard flux can't be dissipated. Flux gained when shields absorb damage is called hard flux, and only dissipates when the shields are off, so you can't keep your shields up indefinitely. So even if you have a ship that vents heat, you can't just have shields up forever. You have to eventually peel off, stop getting hit. Flux gained from firing weapons is called soft flux, and can dissipate. Good. Now let's see what happens if you keep your shields up under fire for too long. We'll overheat. As you can see, it's not good. When flux maxes out from shield hits, your ship overloads. While the ship is overloaded, it can't fire erase shields. It dissipates flux very slowly, but can still maneuver normally. Get the fuck out of here. Now the ship is no longer overloaded, flux is back to dissipating at a normal rate. You can also vent the flux to dissipate it at double the normal rate. When venting, your ship can't fire your shield, so you only want to do that when it's safe. There you go. Good. As you can see, you've now been flanked by a pair of Lasher-class frigates. They're going to start launching missiles at you. Fortunately, these missiles aren't very effective against well-armored ships. Just sit tight and let them get a few volleys off. It'd be nice to shoot these down. We've got some point defense lasers just for that, but it's almost impossible to manually target all the incoming missiles. Fortunately, you can set any weapon group on auto-fire, making weapons identify and attack targets on their own. Control 3 for auto-fire. Some other point defense lasers will try to find... Got almost every single one. Note how the lasers switch to attacking the missiles as soon as they're launched. Point defense weapons will prioritize targeting missiles. Regular weapons won't target missiles automatically. Each ship also has a special system, an active ability it can perform. For the Hammerhead, it's an accelerated ammo feeder that greatly increases the rate of fire for ballistic weapons. Some ship systems have limited uses. Some generate flux, some have a cooldown, and some use a combination. The accelerated ammo feeder must cool down before it can be used again. Press F to activate the accelerated ammo feeder and fire the assault chain guns to see its effect. So yeah, it's pretty good if I recall. So like, this is the gun normally. Pretty powerful. I've completed the base tutorial. Thank you, video game. I'll just show myself that. Let's get our advanced combat, fleet command, whatever. It's not like that'll get me killed later. Flagship is still the same Hammerhead, but the point defense lasers have been swapped out for ion cannons. More on that later. We've already gone over the basics of using weapons. Now let's take a look at picking the right weapon for the job. Each weapon deals types of damage of a particular type. Kinetic damage deals bonus damage to shields, but only half damage to armor. Since the enemy ship has its shields up, let's start off by firing some sabot missiles at it. They're extremely effective at bringing down shields. Fire enough sabots at the enemy to overload its shields. Great work. With the shields down and an overload in progress, the enemy ship is vulnerable. The next step is to bring down its armor. High explosive damage deals double damage to armor, but only half damage to shields. Switch to the chain guns. To break through faster, focus your fire on one spot. They use the ammo feeder. Excellent. The enemy ship is taking hull damage now. Let's finish it off. Be careful. When a ship is disabled, the explosion deals damage to all nearby ships, except for fighters. Because then they can fly out like in a movie. Make sure you're far enough away to avoid damage. About a ship's length should be enough. Uh-oh. They warned me. There are two damage types we haven't looked at yet. Fragmentation deals only 25% to armor and shields, but usually costs little flux and has a high base DPS value, making it effective versus exposed hull or lightly armored unshielded targets, like missiles and fighters. Energy damage deals 100% of its listed damage to everything. So I mean, when in doubt, put lasers on everything. Some weapons also deal EMP damage in addition to their normal damage type. EMP damage doesn't affect shields, armor, or hull, but it can quickly disable enemy weapons and engines. Your ion cannons deal lots of EMP damage, and little else. Switch to the ion cannons and disable some of the weapons. Look at that, it's chain lightning it around and breaking its parts. Excellent. Now maneuver behind the enemy ship to disable its engines. You'll need to take out more than half to cause a total flameout. That ship is a sitting duck. It won't be able to maneuver at all until the engines are back online. So if I think he's just spinning with momentum right now. But if you could get it behind a guy and break his engines and he didn't have any rear weapon ports, you could just cut him up. Non-EMP weapons can also disable engines and weapons, but EMP weapons bypass armor and get the job done faster. Let's take another look at shields. Turn on your shields and sit tight for a moment. You'll be attacked with beam weapons. As you can see, your ship is not building up flux despite the shields being under fire. That's because beam weapons generate soft flux when hitting shields. This may make them seem weak, but remember that this flux still needs to be dissipated, leaving that much less flux dissipation to power weapons. Beam weapons are also very efficient and need little flux to fire. Ships receive an engine boost, a bonus to top speed, when their flux level and flux generation are at 0. Turning shields on, even without taking any damage, is enough to cancel the bonus. Travel through the nebula in front of your ship and note how the weapon moves faster when the shields are down. The engine boost is particularly important for larger ships, which have a much lower top speed without it. To maintain the engine boost for a ship with auto-firing weapons, you can hold X to fire. Oh, to hold fire. Okay. Carriers need to press Z to pull back their fighters, because I guess you generate some flux ordering them. Ah, my flagship has fighters. That might have been why I was going slow. The other one. You've completed the advanced tutorial. Probably a good idea to complete the Fleet Command tutorial. Probably a good idea to manage your fucking business, video game. Now we can begin anew. Now that we've skipped the tutorial, and I think it was Goldberg was displeased with our helmet. Fine, we'll go with the space helmet. Bellamioge, or BO for short. Cooler stars, fewer planets, less minerals, but more habitable worlds. More minerals, but less habitable worlds. Different constellations may have different ages. That's fine. Iron mode, I'm not that fucking crazy. This is the setting the game is intended to be played on. Go fuck yourself. No do-overs. Not that we're gonna do over every fight for a perfect outcome, but we may find ourselves in a situation where, like, if we don't win a fight, we're gonna tank the save. It's going down. Bellamioge. Welcome to next Ellen. Next. Playing. Enable random core worlds. Sets whether to use the handcrafted core worlds or randomly generated systems. The Academy's storyline will be disabled in random sector. I really like the Academy storyline because I think that's actually the game can, like, that's an ending condition if we complete the Academy storyline, so we'll keep that. We'll add some extra colonies, 10, for faction settings. I'm going to set faction respawn, so if one of the factions gets wiped out, they have a chance to come back. Because we can wind up, supposedly you can wind up in situations where, like, the hegemony, because they're the main navies, they can just go to war with everyone and take over the game way too fucking fast. We want the lines to change impactfully and not just win. Doubly so because you can have multiple factions living in the same solar system. Okay, other options. Skip story. Marks the Academy missions as completed. Grants gate travel, transverse jump, and the neutrino detector at the beginning if we wanted to just do a better sandbox. But I've never completed the Academy storyline in its entirety, so. Prism Freeport. A trade station in the middle of the sector includes a special vendor that sells all kinds of high-end ships for a price. We're going to put it on easy mode. Your ships take 25% less damage. You get more salvage. You can scan a little bit further. That's just, I mean, it's just going to be a time sink otherwise. Starfarer mode is hard mode. Don't do that. Random start location. Pick a random colony of your faction. Instead of the faction's predefined starting location. We're not going to do that either. Starting B mods, which means just our ships start bad. We don't want that. Back, other options, get back, proceed. Which faction would you like to join? I can start as my own faction right away, but instead we're going to start with someone else and then break off and form an Oge Empire. Which we can do, yes, Jess. So while we could start with the Hegemony, that was the navy we befriended in the tutorial, I think we're going to go with the Parsian League, which is like a an alliance that broke off from the rigid hierarchy of the Navy. Now we just pick our starting fleet. Explorer again. Fast missile racks. See, I don't like him because he's all missiles and carriers and shit. What does he have in this one? Combat freighter. Common freighter found in convoys or alone. Used to haul all manner of goods. Has a single fighter bay. Okay. Fighters. I don't really want to do a fighter. Carrier. Heavy frigate. He comes with a hammerhead. Who's this? That's a trade convoy. Colossus is a sturdy and venerable hull well suited to conditions in the post-collapse sector. Let's do a combat fleet. An Eagle. I think the Eagle actually isn't rated that well. But we get an Eagle and a hammerhead and a support frigate. Let's do this. Let's take the large combat fleet. We're a member of the Parsian League. This is our starting ship. Balanced cruiser, an elite destroyer, and a support frigate. Alright. Starting experience and assets is I don't think we're penalized for just like going in super tough. But let's go with the ensign. This is actually kind of a bad idea, because we got a bunch of money and shit from doing the tutorial. I shouldn't have started over blindly, but I like the fact that we get that Parsian League commission this way. And we're going to start off with the ship being able to fight. Was learned at an elite level in the past and can be remade elite at no cost. Huh. And I have one more skill point. Oh, wait. Oh. So it says I can make it elite, I just don't know how. I might need a story point first, like I need to level up. Start game. So we'll see if I'm allowed to do that tutorial again on this character, or if we're just poor, and we're just thrown into the world of Starsector, which I didn't think through. So what do we have here? Apparently I'm paid $500 for each hegemony frigate I shoot down. That's not a good sign that we're at war with hegemony right away. Trying to scoop up a mission to get us some money. There's some old mining stations in the middle of fucking nowhere. Big money if we can fly out there. But I don't think our ships can support that. So we're here in the Thule. We're part of the Thule Society, if you will. A contact, huh? Might be someone I'm friends with. Might have a quest for us. Faction Bounty Parsian League. Who's issuing this? Parsian League authorities have posted a bounty on all hostile fleets across the sector. Likely triggered by hegemony activity, and the Parsian League is currently at war with the hegemony shit. There's a gate that leads back to the Domain Empire, which is turned off. We can't access that. Sham Phobos. The Sindrian Dictat has posted a bounty for bringing Sham Phobos, a notorious pirate, to justice for $45,000. I have 85 days to find him and kill him. He is rumored to be hiding out near an irradiated world in a system with a giant primary star in the Prism Nebula. The bounty posting also contains potential intel on some of the ships under his command. Now, he might have a larger fleet than this, but he should for sure have these. So, he's flying a modified freighter, and it's got some permanent damage mods. Converted freighter, converted freighter, converted freighter. We might stand a chance against this guy. Show on map. So he's somewhere in Prisma. These are, like, this is one solar system with 3 stars. So he's somewhere here. No, wait, this is Delta Prisma, Alpha Prisma, Beta Prisma. Alright, so he's somewhere in this cluster. So this is its own system, this is its own system. Gamma is its own, but... Oh. These might be a trinary star system. Really? That's a really long journey for me, though, actually. Lay in course. I have 123. It's gonna cost me 96 out of my 120 fuel to get there. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea at all. There we go. I'll get paid for any pirates I fight in this system. And then they want me to survey a plane on their side of the fucking galaxy. No, let's just dock here at Kazaron. Might be able to pick up a quest at the bar. This metal-rich core of a former gas giant whose body was blasted away in some ancient celestial catastrophe. Kazaron is rich in exotic heavy metals. Although unterraformable, this made it a prime spot for the domain to emplace a cluster of auto factories to feed the Parsean frontier's need for ships, equipment, and heavy machinery. And this is an enormous space station which can host shipyards, habitats, factories, or large stockpiles of weapons and supplies. These platforms allow humanity to project military and industrial power threatening space. The comm directory. And then, yeah, so I can resign my commission and go form my own syndicate one day. Let's go to an oxide bar. Take a shuttle down to the main concourse and quickly find a likely-looking establishment. As you enter the bar, you sense a likely tension between the crews from across the League worlds. Dour Kazaronians in fine uniforms drink spirits, while proud but poor Masurians down pints of rice beer. A crew of Tylians trade rounds and boasts with a couple of Zanganian brigade officers, who are making a poor example of Ludic temperance. Glowing displays show media feeds from all the worlds of the League, and their speakers contribute to a dull roar of human white noise. At the end of the bar, a rakish man is met by a variety of low-life characters who scurry away again almost immediately, giving orders perhaps. The man watches your approach. "You want in on the business, that right?" he says, amused at your audacity. "Let me give you a job so easy that any rat-addled spacer could manage it, but..." He shrugs regretfully. "It's a real shame how many of them just can't follow instructions and end up getting tossed out in airlock." He laughs like this is a good joke. "Deliver the item to the specified location in Beta Darwin system 14 light years away." He flips a tripod out of his coat. The display shows a tiny unicorn pendant. "This is it. The reward is 79,000 credits. Don't be seen making the drop, and don't tell anyone about it." That's a lot of money. And it's important not to have morals in space. Deliver the tiny unicorn pendant to that place, and don't get caught. Fuck, that's too far. I don't know if I can actually make that. I need to buy some fuel. I need to spend like all my money on... Well, not all my money, but... I know how to trade, thank you. Oh, I started with something here. A midline blueprint package enables heavy industry to construct the more common ship hulls, weapons, and fighter LPCs from the midline school of design. So this would be for when I finally build my own planet. I know some Parsing League technology. That's not too bad. That's only $2,000 worth of gas. And that should be enough to get me back home. At the very least, it should be enough to get me back to civilization, because it looks like this dead drop is outside of known space. Actually, you know what? That might not necessarily be true, since I changed it to have bonus colonies. So some of these systems out here might be colonies. But generally, I think like this sort of nebulous thing is generally the core world. So if we can get back here somewhere, we can grab some fuel. Where's my dead drop? I lost it. That's my fuel range. So the little circle, I can do a round trip. The big circle, I won't make it back, but I can get that far. So the trick is to keep things in the little circle if you're going outside of known space. Which is just inside my range now. It's going to take me 18 days. I have 119 days to do it, so we're mostly concerned about running out of fuel or dying when we're out there. Is this a sandbox or is there a main story? There's a story to complete, but it's not really a main story. It's almost a sandbox immediately. I really need to not fucking follow this asteroid belt all the way out of the system, but... we're in a tricky situation. My fleet's very small, so that might make it harder to catch us, but it also might make us a tempting target for people that know how to fight. So right now we know the distress call. These are a bunch of things that you taught in the tutorial, but we know them right away because we don't have it in the next Aurelian. We can go dark, which makes you move very slowly, but remember, our fuel in hyperspace is only based on distance travel. So technically, if you go dark in hyperspace, the only thing you have to worry about is quests expiring. Much less likely to be caught. Your fleet has entered hyperspace. Yeah, I know. So what's this? Follow me. That orders friendly fleets to help me for 15 days. The interdiction pulse basically shuts off people's engines, so we can catch up to them, but they only work at close range. Scavenge just to examine wreck. Sustain burn. I'm actually going to go sustain burn, because we have to worry about going through food and stuff, basically. And then once we see lightning storms, we want to slow down, because they can launch us off course. But once we get out of these like hyperspace nebulas, we're good to go again. I mean, sometimes you want the storm to launch you, because if it launches you in the right way, you can go pretty fucking far. Uh-oh. Warning beacon. A fully autonomous warning beacon contains a solid-state power system which enables theoretical operation and station-keeping half-life with an upwards range in the hundreds of thousands of cycles. The astute starship captain will heed it well its warning. This is a low, so with a stronger ship we could probably go there and see why it's off-limits, but... our ship will struggle to fight off the fucking defense drone from a satellite. Whoa! Shit! Got caught in a slipstream. That's what you... speaking of emergency burning through things, Justin, you do it on stuff like that. So you get a bit of a boost there off that storm, because I was going full speed, but... yeah, so those, like, rivers that go through hyperspace can scoop us up. If I did an emergency burn, we would have escaped it, but we have a lot of time to do this dead drop. We're in the middle of nowhere, so I don't know who the fuck could actually see us do this. I'm gonna go dark, turn off the transponder. We could survey these planets and then sell the data once we get back to civilization. But let's get that thing dropped off first, because that'll be a very nice infusion of cash. Some next Aurelian events are going off here. Looks like the Ludic Church, the Sinderian Diktat are a little more friendly now due to some philanthropy. Your nav officer reports that your fleet has arrived at the coordinates provided by Wei Jin Talent. The tiny unicorn pendant is held gently in a cargo drone's manipulator arms, ready for deployment. The go button flashes softly in your command interface. Drop it off. It's now done, whatever it is. Relationship with the pirates improved by 3, so yeah, that was weird pirate shit. But I got 79,000 credits. Let me step away for a bit here to grab a drink. A lot of reading in this game. I think we might perform some light survey work here, because like I said, we can take that information back and sell it. Or if we find nice planets, we can colonize them before the other factions get out here, but that's much later. That's not a fucking second mission thing, but I'll be back. Alright, let's get home. See what we can do with our 79,000. Not even home. We're just looking for something owned by the Parsing League, which apparently they have quite a foothold here in the Western SE system. A little low on supplies. Be careful. Don't want to take unnecessary damage. I also don't think I have enough supplies to do any survey work out here, which is a shame. There's something approaching me, or is that the jump point? There's something out here. A remnant fleet. Oh, we don't want to deal with that right now. Get the fuck out of here. Oh boy. This is when you would use an emergency burn, because I don't want to fight whoever the fuck that is. Your fleet is running low on supplies. If it runs out of supplies, all repairs will stop, and all ships will start to lose combat readiness over time. After more than a couple of days without supplies, the fleet begins to run the risk of accidents that range from minor, such as the loss of cargo, to critical, which could lose an entire ship. It's recommended that you acquire more supplies as quickly as possible. To reduce supply consumption, you can suspend any ongoing ship repairs. A last resort way to get more supplies is to scuttle one of your ships. We're making perfectly fine progress. I forgot about this fucking thing. That might knock me way off course. I think I just got fucked. I gotta keep an eye out for this fucking slipstream next time. I think that emergency burn actually caused us to, miss our target. Yep, we're gonna run adrift. Yeah, what the fuck was that? What is this ship doing? I'm out of fuel, that's why. So now I'm just being pulled into a gravity well of the nearest system. Which is... We are in a real fucking dead... Oh boy, what a terrible start. I shouldn't have taken a mission so far away, but I was afraid to fight in the current systems. Yeah, see, we're just getting slowly sucked in here. Oh, we have to issue a distress call and hope fucking pirates aren't the ones that answer it. I mean, I'm also fucked. I think we're just gonna run out of supply. We're just gonna starve. I can't. That's a no-go. We gotta not get caught in that slipstream this time. I actually can't make it back. I can't make it back in a known space. I miscalculated. Uh-oh. Yeah, Westernese is right there, but the best I can do is maybe get to Nyx. I think I already fucked up the save. Wait, I'm with the Parsian. Hello? Greetings, Starfarer. Novark Dymus Titan grimaces regretfully. Bad news. You possess something my superiors desire, and now you must surrender it to me. You realize that he's talking about the dead drop coordinates given to you by Wei Jin Talon. Is this going to be easy or hard? Think now, he says, charitably, but don't take too long. Hand over the dead drop coordinates. Well, good. An unexpected but wise decision. He seems unsure of what else to say at this point. He shrugs and snaps the comms off. So, that was probably a really bad idea. But we could not have fought that fleet, and we're not exactly friends with the pirates anyways, so... I should have asked for some fuel. Yeah, I barely have enough fuel. The problem is this fucking slipstream. I specifically emergency burned through it. We're fucked. Sucks that I can't just, like, cut the engines. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut and run. We gotta fucking practically hard locked our save on the very first mission. Let's start over. Let's give Bellamioge a new lease on life. How fucking embarrassing. They can respawn. That was on easy mode too, not that we fought anything, but... This time I'll start with the hegemony, just because they seem to be the dominant faction. Might be a little safer. That should also spawn me closer back to Galatia, because I think we can do the Galatia quest again. A freighter. A drone tender. What's this? That's a nice carrier, but I don't want to fly a carrier. I like having carriers in my fleet, but I don't want to fly a carrier. Dominator, an enforcer. I could go all in with a single lasher. That's fucking bold. But I mean, if it's going to start as the fleet, we should probably try to grab some bounties. We get a wolf, an interceptor shuttle, a lash. Let's try this. Let's try a small combat fleet. I suppose I could cheat and just like, oh, I want 300,000 credits. So we've signed on with the hegemony this time, which should put us in Jengala. Yeah, perfect. The station commander. Who Titan? I'd like to turn in some AI cores. Purchase the governorship of Jengala? Holy shit. I can just take over a market. That's it. Now that's interesting. I didn't think I could do that. So what I want to do... Maybe grab a mission. You enter the crowded, well-lit space and take in the rows of taps adorning the walls, under bottles from every one of the core worlds and a few from elsewhere. Merchant captains mingle with off-duty officers of the bar, served efficiently by the uniformed staff. In one corner, a pack of Navy cadets shout and sing, desperately enjoying their last work shift of freedom. A high-ranking officer in a crisp uniform meets your eyes from a private booth. Their adjutant approaches you. My superior would consult with you on a matter of some discretion, sir, at your leisure. Of course. It's Who Titan. Captain Bellamy Oge, he says with a cool nod as you approach. Your reputation precedes you. He sips something transparent from a small crystal glass and taps his datapad. A privacy field blurs and muffles the surroundings. I require a well-led but irregular force willing to perform a tactical bombardment of Laysale habitat 8 light years away. If this operation were performed to mission parameters, 69,000 credits could be credited to your account. Glass in one hand, the hegemony admiral taps his datapad again and slides it towards you. The display shows garrison numbers, defense parameters, and detailed intelligence. You politely survey the report and estimate that you'd need around 540 fuel to carry out the proposed bombardment because you dump fuel containers as orbital bombs. The admiral's watching you, and as you look up, raises an eyebrow. Are you in? I'm not in. Let's not do that just yet. Let's try to get to Galatia, which is right here. So yeah, there's a bunch of missions outside the core world. I don't like that. I can get some money for surveying some planets out here. Survey this gas giant. Is that a colonized planet? No. So I wouldn't be able to colonize this in one go. I think technically you die less than Sunless Seas. Get the hyperspace. The pirate fleet. So what we want to do is we want to go to the Galatia Academy because they should have a quest chain that's like sort of the main story. Don't fly into that sun. Don't do that. That hurts. Low relation success, that must have been an agent mission. So the hegemony and the Tritachian Corporation don't get along. It's a bit of a problem. What is this? A trading fleet of independent merchants is going from the Darinkuyu mining station to the Sudan, and in 5 days they'll depart. So I could follow them for support if there was a fight, or I could just try to attack them in hyperspace. The oldest and most prestigious independent university in the Parsian sector the Galatia Academy is a top pick among the remaining universities of the core worlds. The office of provost is an especially powerful position, able to draw upon connections with former alumni, influence new generations of the brightest or richest students, and direct cutting-edge research. The stark white hulls of Galatia Academy Station crawl past in slow magisterial rotation. The ivory tower looms before you. Your request to the docking queue is approved. Your comms officer helpfully mutes the chirpy automated vid feed, presenting a folderized history of the Galatia Academy and its role in providing education and research of the Parsean sector, while remaining above political influence. The landing promenade is filled with modest civilian transports, a few high-end personal craft, and at the far end, a row of freighters offloading supplies. A junior academy agent greets you in the landing lounge with a promotional paraphernalia in hand. Greetings, Captain. Perhaps you're an alumni. Have you considered donating to a scholarship trust with the Academy? I'd like to meet the provost. The Academy agent makes a quiet request through their personal comms, then gives you a patient look. The new provost is very, very busy. New administration after the recent unpleasantness, you know. This could take some time. Days, weeks sometimes. You might want to leave your comm ID with me and come back in. The comms unit chimes softly. Really? I mean, yes, we'll come up immediately. The agent turns to you. Provost Baird will see you right now. Please follow me, Captain. You're led through a discreet, secure access door to a series of passages that bypass the public concourses. You're brought to a travel lift, which activates at the Academy agent's presence, and step inside the agent's agent's encouraging nod. The lift pod is wrapped by a diamond matrix, through which you can watch the canyon-like sweep of plazas pass by, filled with crowds of students, academics, and technicians. Raising your gaze, you see that the pod is approaching a tiered substructure, which seems to hang over the curve of the station interior. The pod slows and you shuffle to adjust to the local grav-effect field gradient. You must be near the core of Galatia Station. A guard wearing a mirrored faceplate dismisses the junior agent and ushers you through the first doors to an antechamber filled with small groups of people who are presumably waiting to meet with the provost. They have perfect hair and perfect skin, unmarred by the radiation or burns that mark a spacer. Those cybernetics you can spot are consciously stylish adornments rather than crude augments. Many have brought their young progeny with them. The stench of wealth and influence is palpable. Heads turn as you're led past all of them toward a set of large doors, which appear to be inlaid with wood from real trees. You feel their glares on you like point defense fire on heavy armor. Play it cool, eyes forward. You enter the office as the doors close silently behind you. Provost Anita Baird turns to acknowledge your entrance while concluding a call via her desk tablet. Ancient wooden shelves for real paper books gleam darkly in subdued light emanating tastefully from nowhere. The shelves are only half stocked from crates scattered around the office. A brass orrery of the Galatia system adorns a plinth in the center of a seating cluster. Parchments mounted behind the provost's desk display intimidating intellectual rankings, their seals of authenticity softly glowing. I apologize for the mess, she says, having noted your examination. I've only just moved office. Before you speak, she raises a hand. You're not here to set up a donation. Why then? Because it's very much in my interest to know about the up-and-coming mercenary captain who corrected the unfortunate situation created by my ambitious but incautious predecessor. This is in reference to the tutorial we did, so in hindsight I should have just seen that through because we get some extra money on ships. Oops. The institution is not devoted to purely theoretical work. She forms a cradle with her hands as if to hold an idea as she explains it. For what use is knowledge if it doesn't give us the power and wisdom to change the world for the better? Knowledge uplifts the human spirit? The question was rhetorical, Captain. She brings her hands apart. My point is that Galatia Academy could make use of someone like you. Someone capable, discreet, and here she pauses, a tactic for emphasis she appears to employ often, and very well paid. I don't wish to make the same mistake as my predecessor. If one wants work properly done, one must provide appropriate incentive. She leans back and looks to you, done speaking. For real this time, probably. What do you need done? I shall put you in contact with academician Alvis Sebastian. He'll be your liaison with the Academy. You'll receive a few mundane tasks from various departments in the Academy so that we may build a working rapport, as well as provide you with the funds you require to bring your fleet up to my standards. She looks over her spectacles at you. Most of all, they require evidence and trust. I intend to remain provost here for a long time, and productive relationships are built on trust. We'll speak again before long, I'm sure. She looks out the dimmed windows at the great halls of the Galatia Academy. You cannot imagine what we shall accomplish. She smiles now. Not for you, but for herself. Now I have to talk to Sebastian. I'll leave. Sebastian. Alvis. Oh, hello, it's you! Your contact almost looks surprised that you're calling, but manages to launch into an upbeat introduction. My name is Alvis Sebastian. The new provost, that is, Provost Baird, assigned me to be your liaison with the Academy. I hope you're as excited to work with me as I am to be working with you. Nice to meet you? Right, yes, he seems nervous to be meeting a real-life space captain. You idly wonder how he even got this position. Different departments within the Galatia Academy tell me what they need done. Then I coordinate with freelancers such as yourself to procure the necessary services. Oh, and I run jobs by the finance office. We have to make sure you get paid. That's very important. At any time, there may be various jobs open to you. You just have to check with me. Or sometimes there might be no jobs if they're all fulfilled. He reads something on a tablet, but it looks like Provost Beard wants you to have first priority for anything that comes up. She must like you. You're not so sure of this. What do you have available? Let me look at what we've got lined up for you today. A individual, possibly from the Ludic Path, spiritual movement on God, is offering to sell an important technological object to the Academy. We need someone to make the purchase. The nanorobotics lab department needs a small team of scientists transported to a research outpost in the Delta Madron system. And a key academic from the Parsian Sociology Department was kidnapped while performing research by pirates based out of Umbra. We need someone to retrieve them now that a ransom has been negotiated. Purchasing technology from a pather. Wow, studies the datapad as if not quite believing it. So an individual who's associated with the Ludic Path has contacted the Academy. Their name is Dutiful Holyoke, and they say they want to sell the Academy a piece of technology that they found somewhere, I guess? If it really is uncommon power system components, then this would be an extraordinary find, but, you know. I do? It's the Path! This goes against everything they believe. If they caught one of their own selling technology to us, can you imagine what they'd do? I mean, you watch Sebastian's imagination walk across his face. Fanatical torture dungeons lie just beneath the surface. He visibly shudders and composes himself. Sorry, yes, the details. Okay, so the contact is Dutiful Holyoke. They're on GAD in the Canaan system. The Academy has allocated 48,000 credits for you to make the purchase. Just talk to the contact, make arrangements, and return the uncommon power system components to Galatia Academy. Oh, and then there's a mission reward of 55,000 credits. Just, you'll want to be careful. Pathers, I've heard things. You'll be okay, right? I might not be okay. The Ludic Path is their space terrorists. They hate technology. Let's get just this one for now. I need enough fuel to get out there. I don't have... Actually, I have a little bit of money. I don't know where it came from. Oh, right. They gave me a bunch of money for the purchase. We need fuel to get there. I'm really tempted to buy a fuel tanker, frankly, considering how fucked I got on that other mission. But we don't have enough money to buy a tanker. If we can get that $55,000 reward, we can probably buy a little tanker. That'll give us enough fuel to explore a little more safely. And then, what is this? I have some low-tech hegemony ship blueprints now. Okay. 76, I should maybe buy some supplies, too. That's going to set me back a lot, though. But I use less than one a day, so this is mostly to cover repairs and stuff, or if I get really out there. Confirm. There's also a chance that, based on that map, I don't think that guy's too far away. Where are my quests? Missions. There it is. I can. It's a round trip. I gotta be a little careful though. 10 days, one way. Hegemony and Tritachia are now at war. Well, that's just what I fucking need. Hang on, is that a real... Is it colonized? The Ludic Church is there. I probably want to kill my transponder out there. A lot of events happening, but they're well outside my worries right now. Taking a bit of damage. See, the supplies shoot up when I have to do repairs after a storm. $38,000, that's in reference to the stipend at the end of the tutorial that we had on the other Bellamy. We're here. And, these are... Oh, your transponder is off, and patrols in the Canaan star system are likely to give you trouble. Sure, I'll turn it on. I don't know if I'm... Sorry, is this church or path? Ludic Church. The Ludic Church is kind of friendly. The Ludic Path are the dangerous ones. Most importantly is we can buy enough fuel to get back safely. Parsing the trade fleet. Dutiful Holyoke. The comm signal struggles to establish through the ill-maintained local network. Patchy decryption artifacts glitch spasmodically to resolve into the face of the path or contact. Blessings of lead be upon you, he says. You can't quite place the accent, but it seems flattened towards the sector mean from something unfamiliar. An import from an obscure Ludic colony? Or one of those lost souls that drifts into the Parsian sector from time to time, frozen in cryosleep? Unnerved by your pause, the Pather speaks again. You contacted me, brother. Is there something you're looking for? I'm looking to buy some shit. Let us make arrangements, quickly. I have heard of knights operating in this volume, and I would not care to suffer their questioning. Well, we got fucking flim-flammed on this one. $79,000. Think we were given... We were given some money to pay him, but not that much, but the reward will... Our reward's basically smaller than it should be, but this, I'm not prepared to attack his base, and I don't have a story point to bluff my way through, so I will just pay and eat the difference. The Pather nods, relieved, and says almost to himself, doing it like this will do more good than destroying some evil trinket. He looks up through the display with a fanatic's eyes once more. I won't thank you, Captain, but I hope the stars lead you to Lutz's path. He considers someday. The comms go black. Your logistics officer reports a shipping pickup ping from a local craft guild's logistic concourse. A neatly packaged crate bearing a logo for the Galatia Academy and only a few scorch marks is soon on board your flagship. Let's get the fuck out of here. Right after I buy some gasoline. Off I go. Where do I buy this game? Yeah, it's not on Steam. You have to buy it through their website. Old-timey. Just gotta get out of here before the Luddites get a little too curious. They don't have the best ships, but their fleets are fucking massive when you piss them off. And they will literally fly suicide fuel tankers into you and self-destruct. Definitely in a bit of a rush to get out of Luddite territory, so let's just hit the sustained burn and be on our way. Oh, just outran an interdiction pulse there. Now don't you fly through the fucking sun. Actually, I might have made no money there. I think a lot of that purchase, you fucking idiot. Look at that. Look at that supply consumption shoot up because we flew into the Corona. I think just my monthly stipend helped offset that. So I got fucking hosed. Sebastin points excitedly at a data pad in his hand. Captain, I've just got word from logistics that your crews delivered the uncommon power systems component intact. They're going to be so excited in Tau hyperphysics. They never expected to get it back. Inquire about an available job? The Templeman Hyperwave Theory Department needs a small team of scientists transported to Beta Urid. A student from an influential family needs a priority transport to Asharu. The Orbital Architecture Department has turned up records of a data cache from Gamma Otaka 1, the Gamma Otaka system. We just need someone to go and find it and transmit the contents back. Where's Gamma Otaka? Way outside my range, but I did just get here. I have to buy fuel. Once you're back in Hypercom's range... That's well in range, but I'm guessing I'll get attacked by pirates, actually. The Academy provides secure and discreet transport to the very, very important students who attend. These are very important families, you know, and there have been threats, maybe? You never know, so... He taps a data pad on his desk a couple times before deciding it's a good time to just keep going. The student is the niece of Aomid Kila. That's the administrator of Asharu. Did you know? How exciting. And they require priority transport to Asharu in the Corvus system for a reunion within 60 days. We've been authorized an honorarium of 60,000 credits. That's pretty good for an easy trip to the core worlds, right? Threats? Oh, you know threats. You simply wait for them to elaborate. He gives it almost instantly. There are a lot of very bad people out there that say all kinds of things about important people and their families, and possibly specifically targeting a niece of said family. They're not usually serious. Usually. Are you interested? I am. Great. This is probably a very bad idea. Because I'm guessing that we'll be attacked by pirates, so I have to... Hopefully I can fly in there dark. Might even have to turn off my transponder. Okay. So it is an insanely short route, so we'll see what the fuck's waiting for us out there. Let's go dark, try to limp in. Hopefully she's actually in the cargo hold. Maybe not. We'll see. Easy enough. Where's the Sharu? pirate outpost right there. What is this? Oh, sorry, my transponder. I thought I turned it on. Unknown fleet, identify yourself. Running with the transponder off in hegemony space is against the law. You're hereby ordered to turn your transponder on and submit to a cargo scan. Okay, first of all, I'm a member of the fucking hegemony, so... No contraband or suspicious cargo found. If I catch you running with the transponder off again, you won't get off so easily. Actually, I fucking will, because we work together. Goodbye. That was fucking spooky. I thought it was a trickaroo. Your fleet approaches Asharu. In better times, Asharu was a model terraforming prospect. A solar shade lowered the surface temperature, while ice launched from the moons of Borad left shining vapor trails to fall as rain from the skies. Alas, the chaos of the collapse halted the ice, and suspected Ludic sabotage destroyed the shade. Investment dried up, and now only few hardy life forms, including a handful of human settlers, cling to existence in the sheltering mountains between the vast dunes that are slowly retaking the foundations of cities never built. Your fleet transmits an identification code, and you're soon granted docking clearance. They've been expecting you. Upon entering the traffic-controlled volume of Asharu, you receive the incoming comms transmission from the offices of Aomide Keela. You arrange a drop-off point for her niece. Before stepping off the transport, the young student turns back towards you and speaks. Traveling with you is the most terrifying experience of my life, and I hope to never return to space again. A loud sigh, but I suppose I'll have to. If I do, I hope you're the captain on my next trip. You're welcome. So I guess presumably she was done school, so she was going back home to live on the surface forever, because only certain people go into space. $60,000 are now mine. If I was smart, I could try to do some light trading. We could see. So I pay $99 for this. Some good places to sell these are listed. So we're looking for something that we could sell back on Angara. Or sorry, not Angara. What the fuck was the one by Galatia called? So this is $17 with a tariff. And then I could sell it to Tritachyon and Valhalla at 28. Is that enough, though? So I pay 30% tariff. So I pay 20 and then I would sell it at 28. Yeah, it's not a lot. That's not a lot, actually. Because I'd be paying a tariff on both ends. Very bad. Now, if I were to buy some in Jangala, they're selling it for 14. But even then, that's not a lot of money. Like, look at how much I have. 168 right now. We'd want to do something else, like drugs. Oh man, if I can get these drugs to the pirates, they'll pay $449. And then what about this? Harvested organs? If I was to go to Arcadia and buy it at 240. Man. Yeah, I can't remember. I think, what is this? The black market. Anything and everything can be bought or sold, and there are no tariffs. Selling a commodity will not resolve a shortage. Black market transactions may catch the eye of authorities, resulting in cargo scams and reduced faction standing unless the trades are carried out with the transponder turned off. Engaging in legitimate trade as a cover also reduces the probability of attracting the attention of authorities. Yeah, I think we'd probably want to go with drugs or luxury supplies. This just isn't the best plate anyways. Like, but actually, this is not the worst. But like, if I were to fly to Prism Freeport, buy it at 83, no, you'd probably want to buy an XS. Magek. Well, hold on. What the fuck? Look at this. Magek is the best place to buy it, but then it's also the best place to sell it. You seeing that? 47 credits, and then I can turn around and sell it at 229 in the same system. Set a course for Magak. Holy shit. Assuming we can get there before the little hiccup gets resolved by other traders. Where's Magak? Set course. That is a laughably small trade route. The trick will be getting aboard the pirate station without getting shot down. Profitable trades in the system might be an active battle happening, which would be disrupting trade routes. That makes sense. So we'll have to try and run through the battle lines, which could be a fucking disaster. Oh, because we're at war with Tritachyon. What have I gotten myself into? Attempt to disengage. And just fucking shredded. Additional XP due to battle difficulty. Oh boy, let's not even pretend. Let's not even pretend we were gonna win that. This is where I gave up on my vanilla save. Is just there's a huge fleet waiting for me in hyperspace and I stood no chance of beating them. So we will not be going to explore that. Because my paltry 3-ship fleet cannot compete. I think what we might do is grab a tanker and go do some deep space exploration, try to avoid the war. It won't always work. Sometimes you'll just jump and there'll be a giant fleet waiting for you. Or not necessarily waiting for you, but looking for your faction. Not you specifically. What do you have for me now? Collector of esoteric goods on Canny is offering to sell an important technological object. The Templeman Hyperwave Theory Department needs a small team of... I think we can do another purchase. Pirate's such a strong word, isn't it? There's all sorts of reasons, maybe, that a polity might find itself outside of legitimate faction control, one imagines. What I mean is that we have to be diplomatic when an opportunity presents itself to acquire... He looks carefully at a datapad. I see. Unique regenerative structural elements. Just think what this could mean for research. I guess that's a good point, Dan. When we're at war, we should probably just not use the transponder in hyperspace. Where was I? Yeah, so the contact is named Bulan Deimos. They're uncanny in the Kamari system. The Academy has allowed funds in the amount of 45,000 credits, which we provided you to make a purchase. Just talk to the contact, make arrangements, and return the unique regenerative structural elements to the Galatia Academy. Simple. There's a mission reward of 60. So, on paper, because I think whenever we get these quests, they try to screw us on the price. So we have 105,000 credits to work with. So as long as we can buy it for less than that, even though that cuts into the reward, we'll make money. But that's kind of far out there. It's round trip on my fuel range, but I'll try it, because I don't think these have a time. So we're really just going to be kind of setting up in Ankara, even though there's a chance actually on a fresh save that ship graveyard is still out there. No, that's not true, because we just jumped in at Pontus, didn't we? Oh, God. From a shadowy corner, a woman smoking a burning narcotic stick catches your eye, and a woman is motioning to a news feed, haranguing an officer in the local Navy Patrol uniform about the increased pirate raids. Talk to the woman? You catch the attention of the woman angered by pirate activity, a notable figure in intra-system commerce, a simple citizen, she explains, who is disappointed by the lack of decisive action. It makes one think these patrols are more interested in tariff enforcement than fighting pirates. You nod and put on an appearance of shared concern as the rant winds down. The woman's attention fully focused on you now. The patrol officer gives you a thankful look and, taking their drink, scurries towards a quiet end of the bar. That's it. You're starship captain, yes? I'll tell you what we've been thinking, the gossip pit says, sitting you down. Along with a few concerned associates, I've put together a fund for a bounty on all pirate fleets in or near Epsilon Namarak, 11 light years away. It'd start at 1,000 credits per frigate, with more payout for larger hulls. Running this bounty for 90 days should send a strong message to these pirates. And she tries to see where the patrol officer went, speaking louder. Teach those tariff grabbers how to deal with pirates. What do you say, Captain? I can't fucking fight. Basically just floating around in a couple station wagons. No thank you. Woman smoking in the dark corner. This looks like pirate work based on the fact that it's red. I need an operator to extract the subject from... Yeah, it's a prison break. I don't have enough friends to do any wacky tobacco shit like that, lady. Let's check the hangar. What do we got for sale here? Well, I can buy a gigantic tanker. It's almost all my money, but that would be a lifetime supply of fuel. Ah, a wolf for 13,000. I am going to buy a salvage rig because we can use that when we go exploring. Congratulations, you just bought a new ship. It doesn't have any weapons or hull mods installed, so it's a good idea to get it outfitted. I'll do that in a moment. And I also want this wolf. Actually, I want a brawler. I'm not sure. Justin did ask to see wolf packs, but brawlers are also fun. If I can get enough brawlers. Wait, is this D for damage? I don't like this. This ship has suffered extensive damage which can't be repaired. Okay, so yeah, these are bad. Compromised armor, faulty power grid, no fucking thanks. What lemon did I buy? The last rains of Sestamur. No, this seems okay. He doesn't have any damage. Okay, good. Civilian grade hull, that's fine. Let's get him retrofitted then. Civilian grade hull. He doesn't really need anything. It's a salvage ship. We're not even going to fight with this. This is just going to help us salvage. We can only field so many ships at a time, Justin. So as far as like having a lot of things on the screen, I guess you'd want to do like an all-carrier fleet, which is maybe a terrible idea. The HSS Don't Stop Until Sea. That's an interesting name for a ship. Oh, that must be in reference to Objective C on the battle map. I would like to sell... Can I get a second salvage gain entry on this guy? Increases the resource gain from salvaging abandoned stations, derelicts, floating hulks, and other stations by 10, 25, 30, 40%, depending on the hull size. Can I get another salvage gain entry? I can't, and I think the best I could do is give it some boost for... I could do this, actually. So it could be a... Increases maximum fuel capacity by... For civilian-grade hulls, also increases maintenance supply use by... No, that seems like a bad idea. I'm not going to modify this thing. I'm going to leave it just completely bare. Its job is to... just salvage things. So, that's what we have right now. So we want to explore, and we want to be able to salvage things when we do in fights. Let us see. It's not quite a round trip, but there's civilization on the way. I can stock up there. Luddic Path, well, not Path. Luddic Church will talk. This Luddic Path is asking trouble. I'm a Worth Tritachyon, so that's a no-go. I can at least get back to Corvus, I bet. Let's go. Luddic Church. Luddic Church. Yeah, I could probably stock up here. Luddic Church is kind of chummy with. So my fleet didn't grow in power whatsoever. But fuel consumption technically went up a tiny bit. I would have liked a small tanker, but they didn't have one available. But of course, this place is kind of a shithole, Galatia. We could go to Corvus. They might have a tanker, but... What's this? Discovered a domain or a probe. Well, that must be back in, by Pontus. We should check that out when we come back. Resume course. There we go. Ooh. Transponder off, so they should have a much harder time finding me. This is pirate territory, so I should be able to go in anyways. Pirates normally don't give a shit. Oh man, I gotta go across the whole fucking system though. Luddic Path. Oh Christ. Bunch of level 1 dudes. Nope, sorry, that's me. Bunch. I liked it better when I thought it was level 1. Oh boy. Just attempt to disengage. The enemy forces harass your ships, but I do manage to get away. Fuck, it got my numbers still. My god. I really gotta get a fleet. I am not good at fighting. Not good at fighting to begin with, but especially with this ramshackle fleet. Your fleet goes into orbit around Canny. The local port authority seems to take no issue with your explanation for why your transponder regrettably can't turn on. I spilled a bunch of Mr. Pibb on it. Hello. Ho. Hey there, sugar. I prefer to think of myself less as a pirate and more as a facilitator, she explains after you perform a perfunctory greeting. There will always be an underworld. Imagine the chaos if there were no guide to assist you in navigating these dark storms and eddies. How can I guide you today? I am interested about a certain piece of technology. Ah, what was I working with? 105? 72. So that's going to eat into the reward quite a bit, but we're going to get it. I just don't have story points to bluff and negotiate with these people. I'm so very pleased we could come to an agreeable conclusion, the pirate says. My people will arrange for a cargo transfer at once. She turns away, stops in a gesture, and looks back at the display. And Captain, I am so sure we shall do business again very soon. The comms image freezes on the pirate's diamond smile, dissipates halfway into a hacked tritachyon holding pattern and blackness. A neatly packaged crate bearing a logo for the Galatia Academy. We are on our way. We're, you know what? I'm in... There's no black market. Oh, yes, there is. Okay. 25. There's no tariffs, I guess. Can I buy some drugs? Anyone in, like, Jangala wants these? These aren't even cheap. This isn't worth it. Is there a warp over here? I'm actually going to go out this way just so I don't fly into that Luddic Path shit again. It's June. I think I stopped getting my monthly stipend from the Academy after 3 years, I think. So I get it for quite a while. That $38,000 a month is really going to help keep us afloat. Assuming we can get out of here in one piece, though, I am going to stop over in Jangala and see if we can get some nicer ships. Get a couple of brawlers. Almost. I like to turn the sustained burn off if I have to do like a 90-degree turn. Originally built by the Iridani Utopia to coordinate volatiles extraction for massive terraforming projects, the station has been taken over by adventurers, freebooters, mercenaries seeking to avoid the watchful eye and heavy hand of the hegemony. Here there are no laws, but an unwritten code of bravado and posturing maintains a sense of a tense peace, so deals can be made, information traded, and spoils sold. Independent miners who work the moons of Bara gather here to sell their hauls, trade tall tales, and otherwise unwind. Jangala is where I'm trying to go. It's pretty crazy. It's right next to Jangala. What do we have here? A shady-looking woman sitting in a corner. She gives you an appraising look. If there's a military officer wearing the insignia of a commander, he's frowning at a data pad. A man in a business suit sits in a private booth, thoughtfully perusing a top-line tripod alongside a bottle of something expensive. Shady person? Figured you'd notice me eventually. I don't suppose you know what I do. I might be in a very high-stakes game of, like, space prostitution. I don't. She's a level 2 operative. I've got a range of talents you might find useful, whether it's under-the-table deals with a senator, exposing a nefarious path or plot, or sending an organic storage tank up in flames. Something needs to be done untraceably. You've come to the right woman. She's level 2. That's for 4X stuff that I am just not ready to dabble with yet, so... Commander? Zivko Stewart? Please, sit. Captain, I presume? He nods confidently your assent. Perfect. Order something. Let's talk. He slides the datapad towards you. We have a surplus of more class... Oh. It's not a blueprint, it's a whole ship. More class carrier. Perfectly good ship. Honorable service record. Be a damn shame if I had to simply scrap it. 62,000 credits. Well, let's see what we're working with here. Oh, whoa. Press F1 for more info. This class of carrier was commissioned during the same period of carrier-centric domain naval doctrine as the ubiquitous Talon fighter. Armored to withstand the fury of battle alongside the onslaught, the Mora was nonetheless decommissioned en masse as doctrine shifted to favor heavier guns and capital ships flanked by line cruisers. I thought so. I think this is even a higher up than my current flagship. I might be able to just make this my flagship. I think this is a great purchase. Let's double check the stats here. 12% CR per deployment. Ordnance points 125. It's got a lot of room for shit on it. It's a damper field. Briefly activates an energy field that mitigates incoming damage at the cost of disabling weapons and shields. So I could use that. So maybe like if a bunch of Sabo missiles were about to hit me, I'd hit the damper field rather than take the shield damage. 20 supplies a month. Cargo capacity. Maximum crew 3. 200 skeleton crew though. It'll be hard to keep this staff. Fuel capacity 60. Maximum burn 8. We want to make sure our maximum burn stays relatively high. 8's not too bad. It'd be nice maybe if we could keep our fleet burn at like 10. Because we're probably going to be outrunning naval fleets a lot since we've fucking tossed our hat in with the hegemony. What we got over here? Hull integrity 10,000, armor rating 1250. An Omni ship. This is a great ship. Here's what I'll do. I'll buy this ship and then we'll dock it in back in Galatia. Because we'll buy some storage. We'll find a place to put this ship. This is a great price. 62,000. We need an officer to fly. You're not wrong. You approach the private booth, doing your best to look both important and well-connected. It seems to work. The man looks up from his tripod and motions for you to join him. Captain Bellamy Auge, please sit. He gives a small smile at catching you off guard and pours a tiny glass of something decadent from the bottle. I've heard so much about your accomplishments. It's all very enterprising. Bravo. I've done nothing but take place in one-sided business deals. To opportunity. I have a proposal for you. What kind of opportunity? I need a steady supply of 5 units of domestic goods from a reliable colonial administrator. I don't have any colonies. Later, Gator. Look at this, though. Once established, I would arrange for monthly payments of 7,500 over 5 cycles for 450,000 credits. I mean, 500,000 credits over 5 years isn't a lot, but if you can get a lot of these going, it's like that adds up. I require 320 crew for all ships to function. That's actually not too expensive. I believe they cost monthly, though, which could be a problem. Not the worst purchase. There we go. What's available here? Now, because I'm friends with the hegemony, I'm allowed to purchase from the military. Holy shit! Just like, what do you got for sale here? Well, I got this little ship. It's like, what if I said I was with the military? Well, I can give you the ship that's considerably larger. I have to be cooperative with them, but they'll sell me these dominators. Yeah, see, that Mora cost 186, and I bought one for 60. Ah, a Phaeton. I might be better off with the Dram, which is the smallest tanker, actually. Do you have any Drams? There's a Dram. I think the Dram's the best purchase for my fleet size right now. And what's a black market ship look like right now? These are probably pirate designs. Actually, hang on, I could buy an illegal Dram for 10,000. Nope, that would be dumb of me, because these Drams are actually... Yeah, let's buy a Dram. And then, yeah, we can buy a bunch of Wolves or a bunch of Brawlers. Don't need to carry about freighters right now because we're not doing any, like, trade runs, which, I mean, we could later, though. We could buy a bunch of freighters and try to shuttle drugs and illegally harvested organs, but it's for later. $44,000. I'm pretty sure I have a reward waiting for me back at the university, or maybe it was transmitted immediately. We still have to fight something. We have to find a nice baby fight I stand a chance against. Probably a bounty would be the safest. Repair my ships. Alright, let's get underway. Yeah, see, now I hold 500 fuel, so that'll really help me cover large distances. We can probably sneak out into the deep space and do some survey missions out there. That is an unidentified fleet. Returning to Orthrus with recreational drugs and harvested organs. Someone had a fun weekend. So we got a nice little starter pile of cash, but I think we will. Do some exploration. I normally do exploration and, like, analyze survey ships and shit. It's just safe money. Which also means I'm bad at the fighting. But I think if you're good at trading, you're going to get richer than someone that just does bounties. But you gotta fight sooner or later, so we should really get a handle on fighting in the early game here. Before we're up against, like, giant Ludic Path fleets that are coming to demolish our colonies. Captain, I've just got word from logistics that your crew has delivered the unique regenerative structural elements intact. They're going to be so excited in phase physics. Available jobs? So it looks like we've finished that. Nope, sorry, there's another purchase technology quest here. An individual from the Ludic Path. 42,000 credits, and then 66,000 credits. It's technically outside my range, but we haven't restocked our fuel supply, so we can probably pull this off too. I'm afraid to do that scientist transport, because that might include a fight. Let's go. See, that's pretty cheap. 10 grand for a top-up? That's not too bad. abort it though, because I actually don't have any storage here at Ankyra because we didn't do the tutorial. Darn. I'll pay. It's only 5,000. How do I put you in storage? Store. There we go. So the salvage ship doesn't fight. Dram doesn't fight. We might be able to customize the Dram to just have a shitload of fuel. Civilian grade hull. Let's retrofit it with auxiliary fuel tanks, which is a lot on a Dram. It's 30, 60, 100, or 200, or 30%, whichever is higher. It should be 30%. It increases maintenance, which I don't like, but... I could hide some cargo hold on it, but let's not. Let's not. Back. I don't think I confirmed that. I did, okay. I think I did. What do we got for sale here? A Vanguard. That looks kind of neat. Another Condor. I think I need a real flagship, because I think mine right now is like a missile carrier, and I'm not very good on it. I could maybe fly a Sunder as my flagship. Or is Sunder one of the bad ones? Might be like an F tier for its class. It's a D anyway, so absolutely not. Alright. Tough looking woman wearing the powered armor undersuit. You approach, maintaining your cool despite the withering stare. The woman laughs at your composure and welcomes you to sit with a gust of eye-watering liquor fumes. I like you, she exclaims to the entire bar, which ignores the shout. You're not a scared little dirtworm. Your new best friend is full of boasts and brags, and you're surprised to discover that she's sharper than she looks as she slips pointed questions about your background and capabilities into her braggadocio. Accepting a lower voice, but keeping her eyes scanning the room, she says, I'll level, Captain. You can handle your flux. I respect that. I'm wondering if you want to get on a job with me. Do tell. You're gonna need Marines, you're gonna need Marines. I don't carry Marines in my fleet just yet. Goodbye. So I've once again failed to grow in power militarily. I lost all my fuel, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't buy the fuel because we were editing our fleet. I got way too much crew, but we can put those in storage. I think I have to pay for those guys even though they're in storage though. What's their monthly? Where is it? I have like a... Crew, cargo, no command. Where's my income? Here we go. Crew payroll is $1,000. I'll live on that. Yeah, like they're not locked in a storage locker, but they stay on that planet and I have to pay them a salary still. Oh, that's why I make so much money. I get $25,000 a month just because I'm part of the Navy. And then I get $15,000 from the tutorial for the next 33 months. But this is forever. That's nice. So I'm never flat broke. $525. Sorry, 525 fuel dollars. That gives us a lot of range. Let's see how far we can go on the sector map now with that. The trouble now will be, sorry. How the fuck do I call it? Fuel range? No, it's intel is fuel range. Okay, I can pretty much go everywhere in the sector now on a round trip. The problem, of course, will be getting gangbanged by pirates out on the edge here. So I could analyze a probe out there. $80,000. I have 120 days to analyze it. It could be guarded though, is the thing. Check our exploration missions. Pirate. No. Let's survey this. This was withdrawn. Let's try this. Even though it's not a round trip, we'll make it most of the way there. Should be able to actually stop here at Yama and refuel. Also, these analyze and salvage missions tend to have fuel there anyways, so there's a very good chance this is a fucking insanely long mission, by the way. Even at the double speed or whatever, this is going to take a while. "20 days journey." Kill that transponder. Oh, you know what? I do not have enough supplies. 2 supplies a day on like a 30-day journey. It's very dangerous if I hit too many storms. Is that a right? Yeah, I'm already out of hegemony territory. Damn it. Might be able to just mothball some ships on the way back. Like, pretty much once we're done analyzing the probe, we can probably mothball our salvage ship. Just... No! Not another one of these fucking slipstreams. God damn it. Fucking, they're just carving huge swaths through the map. I have to, I don't know, hope that we can... Okay, now I... Cancel this. Cancel. Cancel! Need to find a nice narrow spot to cut through. I don't know how to get through a slipstream easily. There we go, that was weird. Looks like we managed to save some fuel there somehow. Emergency burn in space might end up saving you fuel. As long as you're not spamming it. There's another fucking slipstream. Yeah, I gotta be real careful. Hopefully we can salvage some supplies when we get to this probe. There's something. Fitted my small impacts probably 1,000 cycles ago, but it's still nominally active. The probe's memory banks are partially accessible and contain information pointing to the location of a domain-era survey ship. It was last seen by this probe located in a ring system in the Alpha Carcass star system. I don't have enough machines, but we can still salvage a lot from it because we have a gantry, and we also have bonus salvage because we're playing on easy right now. I mean, I need fuel and supply, so it's irrelevant what the risks are. Not that great. The supplies and the fuel are a godsend. I was hoping for some like rare shit we could sell once we get back to civilization. It goes for $30 a unit. We'll just drop it if we find nicer shit. There's still more domain stuff out here because we're really far away from the core worlds. Hang on. That survey ship might fight back. The ancient domain-era automated survey ship has been ravaged by centuries of exposure to charged particles and high-velocity impacts of interstellar dust. Some systems appear to be nominally active. Oh boy. Some drones? Well, I mean, I want the stuff, so we're going to at least try to fight the automated defenses. Multiple energy signatures are detected coming online from various points on and with... Actually, this is a terrible idea. I only have 3 combat ships, and this thing's going to send 5 drones at me, so it depends on how powerful these guys are. I don't have high hopes in hindsight. My fleet's quite small. Don't need a huge fleet to fight like remnant stuff, but bigger than this. Help the wolf. Okay, they're babies, thank God. Oh, that doesn't look like a baby. No shields, I think. Beautiful. And that guy doesn't have a shield generator either. Awesome. Alright. Can't turn it all with the burn drive, that's my fault. I got this ship mixed up. I thought I was flying that missile carrier from when I was in the tutorial. But it is a bunch of torpedoes. Reapers are very dangerous, so this would have been handy to notice that I had. But then other than that, I just have a bunch of auto-fire cannons once I get in range. So did we win, or...? Hit him with the Reaper. But he just got goosed by my wolf instead. I win. Now we can salvage the ship, which will be pretty juicy. Let's pick through their wreckage as well. These are actually probably pretty shitty drone weapons, but handy. Might need those machines to salvage the wreck. More fuel, more supplies. See, this is... If you have enough fuel to get out there, you usually get enough supplies to stay alive when you're exploring, I feel. Overweight, so you can keep the shitty metal now. As your fleet finishes mopping up the automated defenses, a weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the survey ship. That's probably not dangerous. Let's continue. Begin salvage operations. I actually don't have enough machines again, but we're still at 100% because of our easy bonus. Begin salvage operations. Any rare shit because it's an old ship? This is kind of junk, especially because I don't have any room in my cargo hold. I'll take these because we can deploy some satellites out here. Never mind, I'll leave it all behind. I think it's 10 to deploy a satellite, so never mind. Then salvage the wreckage itself. Begin salvage operation again. Yeah, that was a lot of stuff once it exploded. On the upside, we are not going to run out going home. I almost want to keep going, but my hold's full, so even if we found some... Well, actually, usually really valuable shit's quite light, like wacky recipes and stuff, so we won't fill up the hold with those. What do you guys weigh? Actually pretty heavy for what you give. That's it for this, though. Mission accomplished, but we might be able to survey a couple systems on our way home. System unexplored, so I can't even see if there's a planet. It's weird that some of these are named. Wait a second, didn't I do this one? There must be another ship I need to analyze still. In the Alpha Carcass. Alpha Carcass. Actually, didn't complete that. We explored another survey ship. Doesn't seem right. That's probably it there. There's also one near the sun. Okay, there's just a lot of domain shit out here. I thought I found it all. More drones, I think we'll be fine. Just depend on the Reapers. Delete a ship that gets too close since they're not shielded. This is actually a pretty good one for fighting unshielded enemies, actually. Want to find the big one. There he is. His point defense hit it, but it was too late. Alright, who else? I don't think I can catch him, actually. I have a burn drive. That wolf, kept pulling him away. Most unfortunate. That's way too wide. Reaper on a small ship's just asking to miss. Looking for energy guns, just things that sound like we shouldn't have them at this point in the game. But these are very small, just ballistic weapons. Okay. We can salvage operations. I have enough machines this time. I just jump. That was still not the one for the quest. Alpha Carcass. I'm in Alpha Carcass. I just haven't found it yet. No, it's just a survey wreckage. The one thing I have to be careful of is flying through these asteroid belts constantly. We're going to take some supply damage. See, if I had those transplutonics or whatever, I could build a comm relay here. And then I think I'd be able to receive messages from the core worlds. There we go. I see the exclamation point. Run the sensor package. Mission accomplished. You tap a button to execute the black box sensor package and wait for it to finish. On completion, it provides an escrow key that authorizes the agreed-upon payment to be transferred to your account. Presumably, it will transmit the scan results on a secure channel when you're near a comm relay and then delete itself from your systems. I'm also going to explore it. I'm going to arrogantly fight these because we've had very good luck with those unshielded drones so far. You know what I'm going to do, actually, though, is I'm going to order these guys to support me instead of dicking off on their own, because that causes a problem when, like, the wolf goes hard left and everyone follows them. Support your commander. There's one I want. Oh my god. That's a lot of flux damage. Probably just one. Good thing I'm armored, because everyone and their fucking mother's on me right now. Shot both my Reapers? Yeah. What is going on? I must just be taking, like, energy damage or something. My shields aren't even on. I like that the chain gun's almost as big as the drone. Oh boy. Thank God their weapons are weak. I'm just tanking everything for my boys. Oh, I got shredded there. I wouldn't say it got hairy, it was just... They had really shitty guns, so they had trouble getting through my hull, but... Yeah, definitely, that wasn't a graceful victory. Let's pick through the wreckage. 6 crew and no Marines were lost, so I took some crew damage. Nothing blew up, but like there's some pretty serious ship damage, so we're going to need to steal all those supplies. I'm actually just going to use... So, I think when you're over, you have to consume extra supplies as punishment, but I think it might be better to have too much for repairs and then jettison them. Domain era mothership. That sounds like a really bad idea to explore right now. But I will salvage this. Ah, some AI cores. We can sell these back to the hegemony when we get home. We could keep these and like smuggle them into our own colony to like make it run more efficiently, but for now let's just focus on the cash and farming some hegemony reputation. And another AI core was actually hiding in the wreckage. That's an alpha. Ooh. An alpha level AI core is capable of excelling at any task. Assigning one to run a colony-wide industry brings benefits well beyond the capacity of human leadership. And there are even rumors of alpha cores surreptitiously assigned to govern entire worlds. That's going to be big money. That's probably 500,600,000 by the time we get all this stuff back home. A very good start for our wallet tonight. And we can use those transplutonics to build a satellite like I wanted. That's stable location. Basically just going to eat up those extra supplies on repairs, and then once we're underweight again, we're fine. Build a makeshift comm relay. I don't have any raw metal. This was a fucking mistake. An imitation of the domain era counterpart constructed using what passes for the state-of-the-art in the sector. Nonetheless, a makeshift comm relay is capable of facilitating fast and light comms between star systems, even if the transmission speeds are less than ideal and the occasional phantom comm stream picked up give nightmares to even the most seasoned operators. +1 stability as well. But I actually can't do this, so now I will just jettison all that garbage. What's my cargo? High for inventory. I am actually tempted now to bring a cargo ship in my fleet to carry the heavy machinery. Go back to the Rex, even with the Rex. I'm still over. Like, I have so many supplies, just my fleet is not set up to haul cargo right now. You think I should keep the AI cores for when I have my own planets, huh? I'm tempted to sell them for some cash, just because it was our very first survey mission. We got an alpha. We cut our journey in half with a sustained burn. Oh, for the metals to build the relay? Nah, it would have been neat to do, but I didn't want to spend much time, especially all the way out here. I think comm relays are better for when you're like hunting bounties, because you can pick up new bounties before you head back out, but just on a survey mission, probably live without setting down a fresh relay. But still, I mean, we got those AI cores. We got some XP, we got some, like, literal experience fighting in our ships. And we got some money from the mission itself. So even if we don't sell... Oh shit, the Parsian League is going to attempt to invade Nishekita. Even if we don't sell these AI cores, we're going to have... $250,000. And yeah, the one problem is because we don't have... an AI, not an AI, because we don't have a comm relay in range, we're not picking up any more exploration missions, or there could be a whole bunch of exploration missions in this area people wanted us to do, but we can't hear their cries for help. Oh, fuck. Oh, Christ, there's a slipstream on the way, isn't there? Is my monthly income gone up? Payroll. I have to pay money to store things, really? Oh, it's their crew salary because they're in storage. Oh, nope. It's the carrier. I have to pay $1,000 to keep that more in storage, but still, that's like a decade. And it's still cheaper than buying the ship. So why did I gain money here? 28, 15. I guess I normally make a little bit more. Okay. I feel like I was only pulling in like 33,000. God damn it. I think I have to enter it at the right angle, like I can't just emergency burn to escape. An alpha's worth 50,000 per year. That's I don't know, that's what, the opportunity cost, I suppose? We have to decide if the $50,000 from running a colony is worth the infusion we'll get selling it right now to buy ships. And yeah, Dan does raise a good point where we'll have to have a pretty powerful empire to slot AI cores. There we go, now we're back in range, we're getting all the AI updates. Be a little careful. I might go hide my AI cores right now in Ankara, just in case I bump into a hegemony patrol that gets a little too nosy about my cargo hold. Yeah, see, these are contraband. Our little secret? Apparently they're not our little secret. I mean, I'm gonna sell these just on the safety level here now. Because I don't want these things burning a hole in my pocket. Any new ships? I don't know if enough time's passed. They're all... We don't want D, by the way, either. Why is there no hegemony shipyard here? Maybe it's because Ankara is a backwater shithole. An Eagle, Venture, another carrier. Buy a couple Lashers and try to swarm people with those. So I'd like some more ships to fight, but we'd also like a freighter. And then we could try to start picking up some bounties once we get a real fleet. But fuel, well, we have to keep buying fuel, but as far as storing fuel, we have enough fuel stores across a lot of the world. An abandoned terraforming platform. I remember you can use that as a hobo storage, because pirates never raid it for whatever reason. Okay, yeah, this place has a hegemony shipyard for us. Now, which one's the freighter? They have a brawler. They have a wolf. I have $324,000 to my name, too. No cargo ship, which sucks. Unless they have a cargo from a black market. Buffalo. Buffalo Mark II. A derived class based in the Buffalo... Oh, never mind. We don't want freighter refits. Fuck that. Freighter refits are asking for trouble. They just have troop transports. It's a freighter refit. We're looking for just a small freighter. There was a freighter on the open market. I thought it was a... What, the Ox? Oh, there you are, the Buffalo. What's your speed? Burn is 9, actually. That's pretty good. The ship's on the Hegemony Auxiliary list, and as such, its systems have been upgraded to military standard. I like it. A rigorous schedule of servicing enforced with the expectation that can be pressed into military service. Sporting just a single small weapon emplacement, the hull of the ship is no more than a large engine with a tiny crew quarter section or cargo grapplers. That's fine. The captain taking the ship out without a convoy rarely gets to make the same mistake twice. Incapable of anything resembling a combat maneuver, the lateral thrusters on the Buffalo-class ships are designed to merely enable it to dock. So I'm a little concerned what this will do to our fuel consumption. But we're buying one. So this just has made our fleet even more dangerous. We're just going to mix and match anything we can get our hands on right now. So we have a brawler to help fight. That's a damaged wolf frigate, so I don't want that. I'm almost tempted to grab a converted ham. An old but durable hull class that lacks a shield generator, this frigate is sometimes used to ferry cargo instead of for combat duty. A lucky or gifted officer could make his fortune. Very lucky. It's got no shields. I feel these other ships are too large to risk in my fleet. I might dabble with refitting my capital ship, because I don't like flying a missile boat, because once you shoot all your missiles, you're fucking worthless. This Sunder's damaged, this Sunder's not. Technologically advanced yet fragile destroyer from the late Domain era, designed to provide additional firepower and fleet actions carried out by the stretched Domain Navy rather than serve on independent patrols. It has powerful shield emitters and energy weapons, but it's vulnerable to strike craft. What's the point of a shuttle? I don't think there's any reason to use a shuttle as you use the player. I think they're mostly to fill out fleets for enemies. Or you could, like, hold emergent, like, excess crew. It's the day-to-day reminder of Fabrique Orbital's reputation for aeronautical engineering. A valuable specialty even in the age of space travel, this compact space/aircraft is streamlined for efficient atmospheric flight and boasts a grid of cleverly distributed short-burst maneuvering thrusters coordinated by a Delta-level AI subsystem to ensure smooth landings. A point driven home by Fabrique marketing by way of amusing ad hollows featuring a well-dressed couple and an overfull wine glass. The Kite has powerful engines for a civilian ship of its size, though zero-G maneuverability leaves something to be desired with the special subsystem not engaged. In the dangerous cycles post-collapse, the Kite has been outfitted with a defense turret in place of the executive-class viewing dome, and the two auxiliary jet pods are replaced with missile systems, which do not need to draw on the limited power plant. It won't stand up in a fair fight, but the Kite can be given an unexpectedly sharp teeth and use its speed to escape from raiders. Luddic Path radicals have even been known to use commodified Kite to deliver strike weapons against helpless freighters, followed by engaging the maneuvering subsystem to make a swift exit to avoid the wrath of the victim's escort. Early game troop transports. Oh yeah, just that would be where you store your Marines, I guess. Because Marines are considered crew, not storage. I'm leaning towards the Sunder. What's the Sunder going to cost me to deploy? 15%? 11? High energy focus. Briefly increases the damage dealt by all. I'm gonna grab a Sunder. Even if it's a bad idea, it'll be something new to fly. Get that fleet filled up. So I got a wolf. I'm not sure what the hell this thing is, actually. I've had it since the beginning. It's a lasher. A favorite of pirates and private armies due to the ubiquity of the blueprints and its non-demanding support profile, Lasher-class frigates pack a respectable amount of ballistic firepower. Lasher captains are usually no-nonsense types who let their weapons do the talking, and pick through the debris of enemy ships as opposed to trying more diplomatic or covert means of getting the job done. More often than not, that job involves quickly and effectively striking at or guarding small or medium-sized trade convoys. The light fighter and frigate escorts usually found guarding such convoys are hardly a match for the hail of projectiles a Lasher can quickly unleash. If that doesn't get the job done, the Lasher has another nasty surprise in wait. 2 missile hardpoints, more often than not fitted with finisher types of missiles, such as the Harpoon. It's got an accelerated ammo feeder, actually. Remember the 200. Remember the 200th. Ships have the exact same name. That's a little confusing. And these are all hegemony ships, HSS. So I'd like maybe another Lasher. Actually, looking at its description, sounded kind of neat. No Lashers available. Here's another one. There you go. So we got 2 Lashers, a Wolf, and a Brawler. And then probably I might take control of the HSS, remember the 200th, and then make that my ship. What are you, actually? Are you bigger than a... Because you're a destroyer, right? Destroyer's actually a really small ship. Maybe I shouldn't be flying a destroyer. No, you're a destroyer too. Wow, fuck me. The Enforcer class ships are commonly served in a system or convoy defense role. The design features good armor and multiple ballistic... One thing I'll say about that Enforcer, actually, it took a fucking beating from those drones, didn't it? Good armor and multiple ballistic hardpoints, while shield performance is somewhat underwhelming. I could retrofit this and maybe remove the missile hardpoints for turrets. I can't remember if I can swap weapon types like that. I can rename ships, so you could be a ship. Tough to beat in a destroyer-to-destroyer fight, the Enforcer rarely takes part in larger battles due to the common view that its low speed makes it a liability. Nonetheless, Hegemony Orders of Battle Doctrine mandate an attached Enforcer squadron as a screen for Onslaught-class battleships. The logistical ease with which shared components can be used by both ship types is exactly the type of detail that excites Hegemony Logisticarian bureaucrats. We're about time to wrap it up. I'm mostly just going to fiddle with the ships here. We got a good infusion of cash to start with. I'm going to journey a little bit further because I need crew. No, where the fuck did I put them? They're back in Cairo, aren't they? You goddamn right you didn't fight me. Which is funny, because I think most of these ships aren't even equipped. But there's a few Hegemony star systems nearby. Might be able to find some equipment, even if we don't buy more ship hulls. Analyze a derelict ship on behalf of the Hegemony for $80,000, and then whatever's in that ship as well. But I don't think we're going to take any more missions tonight. We're approaching the 4-hour mark. I'll just sell the excess. Yeah. Any Lashers? You do have a Lasher. Buy another Lasher. Just a lot of ballistic damage. I think that'll be a good choice right now when we're fighting baby shit. Ooh. Got a real Lasher wolf. Not a literal wolf pack. We can get a nice horde of Lashers. I think Brawlers and Wolves might be better for massing like that, but Lashers could be interesting. Look at all these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Lashers under my command. It's a potent boost in power if I can get these things equipped, I think. To do that, let's try to find a nicer system. I think Corvus is technically the heart of the Hegemony, but they've got a good presence in Aztlan and Naraka. Ooh. Valhalla, they share with Scathi, who they're at war with. I don't know how I feel about that. The Independents have that. Citadel Arcadia, that sounds like a place I'd buy parts. Out of supplies! Holy shit, when did that happen? I take 34 per day. Something wrong with my ships? Yes, they were just fucked up. Probably bought a really damaged one or something. Alright. Or maybe because I was flying around understaffed, perhaps? Ah, the pirates have been kicked out. It's an independent station now, Darren Creed. I have some character points I could spend as well. I can sell the cores here. I just shouldn't. I think I am. Just because we're so far off from getting a colony and we're going to be doing a lot of exploration, I think we're going to trade the cores in with my friends at the hegemony. Do you have any lashers? Black market lashers? There's a brawler. Hey, another enforcer. I think I want to get a better handle on my own enforcer. What are these fucking rascals? The Omen is rarely deployed due to the cost associated with maintaining such a technologically advanced ship. Its excellent shields and the EMP emitter it carries make it a perfect escort for larger ships. It's got an EMP emitter. I'm not positive they can confiscate them, to be fair. It just terrifies me that they're in my hold. I like the thumpers. This might be too large of a hard point, though. Oh, the thumper is a fragmentation. If you remember from the tutorial, fragmentation's the worst. It's good for shredding the hull. Oh, hey, Mitch. Yeah, it does 100 times 20 projectiles, but only 25% damage against shields and armor, which is, by the time you're hitting the hull, I'd say, I don't know when you'd want to use fragmentation, like maybe on a space station. High explosive, which is for going through armor but not shields. Kinetic is for shredding shield, which is a light machine gun. They do look for contraband when you have your transponder off. So I just have to make it a point to not do that. So fighting babies, we want high explosive, you go through their armor, but then like fighting better guys, we want kinetic to go through shields more easily. See, heavy autocannon. This would be great for fucking over someone's shield. Let me try to refit our enforcer, our flagship here. I think I can steal things that are in the shop right now. Does it have to be a missile launcher? Yes, these have to be missiles, unfortunately. Is there a way to change your hard point? Maybe not. I could go all Reapers. I could just be a finisher. Like, if you're looking at me, rookie move. And then, what can we put here? Heavy mortars, I don't want high explosive. I want something that's... I can go light dual machine gun. It's 25 times 5. 5, so you want dual machine gun, probably. Frag. I could put a heavy autocannon. Probably too expensive. Can I change a variant? Good question. Missile these? Nope, these are all missiles too. So if I mount these with the 3 exact same thing, like if I go 4 heavy autocannons, there's a very narrow point where all 3 cannons can shoot the same target. And that might be fun. What we can do is we can actually fire this up in a simulation. This is me, and then my opponent would be... Let's just put him up against another Enforcer. I'd have to dodge all the Reapers, I guess. Let's put him up against a Hammerhead, which is a weaker ship, I believe. This is just a sim, so if I fuck up, my ship won't be lost. I already fucked it up because they're not linked. Simulation. I don't know how to link these, so they fire at the same time. I forget how it works. Weapon groups. There we go. They're linked. Flux 642, and then we just have that on auto fire. Firing him off against a Hammerhead or a Sunder. I mean, it says I should win a destroyer on destroyer fight, but I did fuck with the fittings. Look at that. It's a lot of flux. Then what we do is once we shred the shields, I'm gonna get fucking... I could be really decadent here and do this. Here I come! Sorry. Wrong way. Goddamn asteroid my way. Basically, he needs to flux and then I can shoot my last Reaper at him. It does suck when you shoot a Reaper and he just blocks it with the shield. You bastard. Yeah, I don't think this is a good ship for me to control with the Reapers, because I'm not good at using missiles. And then, it's actually not taking his shields down very effectively. I think it's because I'm too slow. I think I would want this to be like a missile boat, because you can't catch up otherwise. And simulation, that was a very fucking depressing nothing of a victory. Well, let's just grab these lashers. Let's get them refitted the same way. Go all overdrives. I have an accelerated ammo feeder. Well, that's not an engagement you want to take. I'm gonna flame out because you shoot my engine. Alright, that was not... Don't fight that with just a lasher, it turns out. I gotta find a ship that I can actually fucking fly myself. I'm a bum and I always used to fly like the Apogee, which was just like this beam weapon sniper. I mean, we can find an Apogee. I can make that my flagship again. I just haven't seen one yet. He's got the guns. He's got 2 Reapers on this thing, actually, which I kind of like. On the topic of using Reapers to great effect, just trust the AI not to miss. That's a lot of fucking explosions. They might catch themselves in the explosions, huh? And then the Wolf is a rather robust vehicle. We've got the Freighter. This Brawler needs a job. Just an Assault Brawler. And then yeah, we gotta figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do with this thing. Four Annihilators. This one's a missile boat. It's got some auto cannons on the side, which I think it may be auto fit to just take thumpers instead. These things actually have a forward arc, really. Okay. Whoops! Didn't mean to burn drive there. Keep thinking I'm that other one. Keep thinking I'm that missile carrier with the missile racks. Oh boy. Get those engines back. Any day. I've lost all my armor plating already. What a bad engagement. So apparently don't fight these things on my Enforcer. I really need to find something that's not an Enforcer. Let's just accept the fact that I can't fucking fly this thing. I have a little money left. Let's head a little deeper. Oh yeah, that was just the Independence Station. Let's head a little deeper into Homogeny, Hegemony, Space, Jangala. I'm gonna say, actually, where was it? Yeah, Citadel Arcadia might have a nice shipyard. Not gonna try using the Sunder. Based on how those other ships went, I'm afraid to use the Sunder now. We'll see what the shipyard at Citadel looks like, and then we might transfer command to the Sunder. Might be a little wacky because I think it's a weaker, smaller ship, but I mean, you should really just fly the ship you're good at, right? What's the point of flying a big ship if you're not accomplishing anything on it? And then technically we can pull that more out of storage, too. That's a lot of fleet support. I think that'll cause problems for our supply consumption and our fuel consumption, but we do the Dram, but I think this fleet's enough to explore abandoned ships out in the fringes of space. I don't know if it's strong enough to like fight bounties. We probably want to bring them more for bounties and stuff. An asteroid mining fleet. Oh, we can mine for stuff in this mod, can't we? Oh, this is the Hegemony one. No, wait. Oh, bye. What a shitty selection of ships. I mean, the Enforcer might be really good if I'm not controlling it, too. That's the other reason I want to find a ship that suits me. Another Lasher. We get start on the Wolf Pack. I mean, I could just fly the Condor. No. You said not to fly the carrier because you hang back. So I need something. Yeah, let's just keep an eye out for an apogee or something, which is that's gonna be tricky actually, because I think maybe try tag. The wolf was damaged. Oh fucking please don't. Are you sure it was damaged? Here's my poor flagships, yeah. Yeah, structural damage. Get this piece of shit out. So much for the wolf pack. We have a lasher pack instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're up to 6 lashers now, so hopefully these guys work well in tandem with each other. And then, yeah, we'll probably the AI take control of my enforcer for me. And then, I mean, I could fly a brawler. That's probably a terrible idea. I could also just fly my wolf. Could you just, you know, go in, phase around a bunch, and if things don't work out, I can just peel off and let the rest of my fleet win. I'm gonna try that actually. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make the. I'm in charge of this now, though. So let's head back to Galatia. In the academy, and that's where we'll start off again next time. It's also a bunch of hegemony stuff over there. We were out of money, but this might be another place to go shopping for equipment. Can I help you? Your fleet matches the profile of a suspected smuggler. Oh no. Allow the scan? No, I'm gonna have to talk my way out of it because I have the, no, we need closure on if the AI cores are illegal. Allow the scan. The scan finds no overt contraband, but there's enough suspicion of your involvement in black market activities that the patrol commander is not appeased by this. Prepare to receive a boarding party. We'll be conducting a very thorough hands-on inspection. Oh, because I buy shit on the black market sometimes. You consider it very likely the inspectors will do some small but just borderline excusable damage to combat readiness of your ships. Fine. As you'd half expected, several of your ships report minor but painful losses of operational capability. Fortunately, the inspectors seem to be more interested in causing accidental damage than looking for actual contraband. So I guess they don't care about AI cores as long as I don't like fucking try to use one to buy a Dr. Pepper at the convenience store. Goodbye. Try Tachyon, I think, might sell an apogee, so that's a very difficult ship to find when we're at war with them. Maybe on the black market, but... yeah, I guess really the only thing I buy on the black market is ships, so they were a little suspicious when my fleet undocked with some fucking bootleg lashers. Who the fuck? Costs me 2 supplies a day to run this fleet, which is a little... it's not that great. I also have a huge fuel problem, so let's head to Kara. And I think we'll be focusing on some more exploration next time. Maybe some bounties. I might be able to handle like a $50,000 to $100,000 bounty with this fleet. It's not outfitted very optimally. Holy fuck, that was a lot of supply damage. I wish I could set waypoints, but... a Falcon or an Eagle, really? I guess that makes sense because we're flying hegemony ships, aren't we? And we've seen the Eagle more than once at a hegemony shipyard. So you think I should save up for an Eagle, which I think is like a $150,000 to $200,000 flagship, so we should be able to afford that next time with some exploration or bounty work. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, 111. I have a lot less money, but I have a lot more supplies now. So I think we'll wrap it up here. I want to say not a bad start, but it was actually a really bad start. We did the tutorial, which was sort of a waste of a save. And then that very first run on Bellamioge, we ran out of fuel in the middle of nowhere. But this current run, we got some money. We have a fleet of lashers. We'll see how that works. And yeah, we'll try to get that Eagle next time. And then we'll see if we can grow as, convince you to get this game, really. Oh god, the chat's all fucking stretched out again. I thought I'd fixed that. But yeah, there's a lot of money to be made exploring, but sooner or later I'm going to have to fight. So I have to learn how to fight and fit my ships in a way that the AI can take advantage of it. Like that Enforcer with the Reaper torpedoes might be pretty effective. Oh, speaking of, I need to find some officers, because officers will impact our ability to field ships in battle. And also, they fly a lot better when there's a real captain in charge of it. Yeah, we have a lot to do next time, but wasn't a complete disaster starting off here. So, thanks for coming out to watch the beginning of Starsector, and I hope to see you next time with even more. Hopefully not breaking my save by doing something stupid again, but we'll see, and I'll see you then.